Hello, everyone. Again, welcome to the June meeting of the 34th District Democrats. I'm now calling the meeting to order. For those of you just joining, I'd like to call out that we did have a mini program about Juneteenth during our first half hour, and we'll get that recording available up on our YouTube channel later in the week, and I'll also put it up on Facebook. Tonight, we have a few mandatory pieces of business that every organization has to do when they meet before we get started with the main event. I know you're all anxious to get to the good stuff, so we'll move swiftly and briefly. Let's get started with our land acknowledgement made by First Vice Chair Rachel Glass. Come back, Rachel.
Thank you. Okay. On behalf of the 34th LD Democrats, I acknowledge the land on which we stand today as the traditional home of the Coast Salish and Duwamish people, the traditional home of all tribes and bands within the Suquamish, Tulalip, Snoqualmie, and Muckleshoot nations. Without them, we would not have access to this gathering and to this dialogue. I ask that we take this opportunity to thank the original caretakers of this land who are still here.
It would help if I unmuted. I hope I don't do that again this evening, but I might. I'm not going to do VIP acknowledgements this evening just because of the business that we're doing. We'd probably be here all night recognizing VIPs. But I do appreciate that you're here with us and sharing in this important night. However, I am going to yield the floor for 2 minutes to Jake Garcia, who will speak to us about the Best Starts for Kids levy, which we'll be voting on shortly. Jake.
Marvelous. Thank you, Carla. I really appreciate y'all's time tonight and giving me a chance to share about Best Starts for Kids. If there's one thing we've learned from this pandemic, it's laid bare the very clear fact that childcare workers are essential. It touches everything we do. If you're a working parent, you probably need childcare. If you are a childcare provider, you see that your wages match those of dog walkers and pet groomers. So it's really important that we pass Best Starts for Kids to start to work on that. So as a background, Best Starts for Kids was originally passed in 2015 as a $350 million levy. So that was originally about 14 cents for every $1,000 of assessed land value. So now it's coming up again this year, and it will be a small bump to 19 cents per $1,000 of assessed land value. But that means it's also going to be around at $811 million going into childcare right here in King County. So when we look at it, this is new investments along with building on the existing investments. So that would be creating a new childcare subsidy that would make childcare more affordable for about 3,000 families right here in King County. And it would also establish a new childcare wage project to increase the ability of childcare workers to earn a living wage right here in King County. So a whole bunch of good being done by one levy, and we would genuinely appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
All right, great. Thank you, Jake. I'm going to ask Jordan to do the all mute, please, at this time, and then unmute me. Okay, great. Really quick, a quick moment for our Speak Up survey. We do this every month. This month, the question is about our candidate forums, and it also gives you an opportunity to give us some feedback about the meeting tonight. Be nice. We're all volunteers. Thank you for speaking up. Let's roll into our Zoom tips. So we're going to be doing something, a couple of different things tonight. So really quick, I'm going to go through the tips here. Guests are going to be identified with a G in front of your name in Zoom. This will help us identify those folks who aren't able to make motions, to speak, and to participate in the voting. In the participants pane, you're going to want to keep that open. Find your name at the top. Be sure that your name is what you had when what you put on your membership form. This will just help us make sure that we are not kicking out people that are the actual members of the organization. If you used a married name before, make sure that you're trying to keep that in sync. That will help a lot. If needed, use that more button to rename yourself. You, again, just want to get that as close to your membership as possible. And then just a reminder, I'll be saying this a couple times, but guests cannot make motions. They can't speak or vote in the proceedings tonight. We're going to use, for the first time, our yes and no buttons. Hopefully you will see those at the bottom of your participants panel. There is a yes check and a no X. We're going to use those when we want to vote by acclamation. It is, again, located in the participants window, and the yes means endorse, and the no means no endorsement for that particular race. Okay. Raising your hand. We've done this in the past. A lot of people are very familiar with it, but just in case, I want to point out the raise your hand feature. Everyone will be muted just to keep order. And when we get to the point of recognizing people to speak, I will see the hands, I will unmute you, and then you'll be able to speak at that point. Sorry, something is very strange happening to my screen. You may need to use the dots menu in the participants panel to find raise your hand. Just calling that out. Chat. Normally we leave the chat open so that we can, take questions throughout the meeting, but tonight we're going to leave that closed just because we have an enormous number of people, and obviously we've got a lot of sensitive things going on. You can send a private note to the hosts and co-hosts only. So you want to pick whoever you want to send your message to in that little to section of the panel. And if you're having problems, you can chat to co-host Dawn Rains. Let's make sure she's a co-host, Jordan, but just make sure that you send your questions to Dawn. If you have a problem, you need help, you have an issue, please contact our support team. I know this is totally different. This is, probably the biggest endorsement meeting the organization has ever had, and potentially the first time we've had to really do this, technical voting as opposed to the in-person ballots. So if you have problems voting, don't fret, just text your vote to the external vote manager. The telephone number is right there on the screen, and text your vote and your name, first and last name, to that number. Other concerns, you can try emailing support. They're on the screen, and you can also call the same number that you would be texting. Please be patient. We are a small group here. It's been quite an effort to try to figure out everything, and we're doing the best we can. So we appreciate your patience. I'm going to go, I need to take a break 1 second here. I don't know what magical wizard got rid of the blue scratches, but thank you. Whoever did that, I appreciate it. And let's not do the writing on the screen. That was very strange and totally tripped me up. All right, it's time to get to our agenda. You see on the screen the proposed agenda for our meeting this evening. Is there any discussion on the agenda? I see no hands in this giant list of 319 people, so we will go ahead and let's go for our first yes, no vote. All those in favor of the agenda, please click your yes, your Y button. Awesome. Anyone opposed, go with nay. All right. We already have enough to move forward. So thank you very much. The agenda is adopted. All right, moving on to the minutes. And yes, again, I know this stuff is dry and boring, but we have to do it as an organization. The screen shows the meeting minutes from the May 12th meeting. Are there any corrections to those minutes? These were sent out. I send them out on Sunday right before our meeting in case anybody really wants to look. All right, I do see a hand. David.
Hi there. I'm just curious about why to use. I see like the rate thumbs up and all that. Is there supposed to be a Y icon to use or an N icon?
So if you open up your participants window, if you see in that bottom black bar, there will be something called participants.
Yeah, I got the list. Okay.
All right, if you open that up at the bottom or somewhere, and it depends on your device, somewhere in that window, there will be a yes and no.
No, I don't have it. All I've got is the list of people's names and then invite down at the bottom. Is there another way that I should be doing yes, no votes?
Carla, there may be, David, do you see a check mark option or an X? The check mark is in a green box and the X is in a red box. Do you see that?
No, I mean, it's a pretty basic. I'm on my iPhone. I've got my participants 322. I got a search bar.
David, let me stop you.
Names.
Do you have is there a button that has dots on it? 3 dots?
No. Nothing on this except close, participants, invite, and then the names.
Reactions? Do you see at the bottom of your screen or anywhere on your screen, not in participants, but do you have something called reactions?
Sorry to delay everybody, you guys. So the 3 dots gives me my chat, meeting settings, minimize. It's got the green arrow, the X. Oh, is the green arrow? Is that what I should use for yes? The green arrow, a checkbox?
Yes.
Green
Yes.
checkbox.
You
Can
found
I
it.
try that?
Yes, please do that.
All right, sorry to delay things, guys. Let's get back to work. Endorsements.
Thank you. All right, I have 5 hands. And now they're all gone. Okay. All right. Again, I would say, if you have questions like this, if you can chat Dawn Rains or even call her or even text her, that is really the best way to do that so that we don't, bog down the meeting. But I know this is confusing. I know this is new for a lot of people. So I appreciate your patience. All right, I think we're going, okay. I've got 2 questions. Barb Wilson, Johnny Lee. Is this about voting? If you have questions about voting, please lower your hand and contact Dawn Rains. In the participants window, you will see Dawn Rains. Oh, Dawn, I think you are vote 206-200-6526. That is who you need to contact in the chat if you have voting questions, please. All right, I need to keep going. We're going to be here all night. All right. I've lost track. Have we voted on the minutes? My apologies. I think I was just kind of going through it. I don't think we voted. So those of you that can find your yes or no button, please vote to approve or Oppose the minutes from May? Need to see lots of checks and then we'll keep rolling. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Moving forward to our treasurer's report. This was sent out in the email on Sunday. We had our beginning balance of 26,000 plus, and my, oh my, we got a lot of members. We are at 548 members. So a quick shout out to Senator Nguyen, Executive Constantine, and Mayor Mata for doing some awesome recruiting. Appreciate that and appreciate your donations. Any questions? Sorry, excuse me. Any issues with the budget report? Please check, or sorry, excuse me, please raise your hand. If I see no hands, we will move forward. Fantastic. I will file this for audit. Thank you. All right, very quickly, now that you're a member, the last item before we start the endorsements is really more of a sales pitch. We realize the main reason for you coming tonight and being a member is to come in and support your candidates. I totally get that. You want to vote, you want to support them, and be a part of endorsing candidates for all these competitive races. Here's the thing though. There's so much more to joining the 34th than just supporting your candidate and participating in endorsements. We're a thriving group of generally like-minded progressive Democrats. We have fun. We've been working really hard this year to provide lots of reasons to participate and contribute and be a part of the organization. So please, please consider carving out some time for us. We'd love to have you, and we think you'll love being an active member. I'm going to ask 4 of our board members to quickly give you a few ideas about why you should engage with us. First Vice Chair, Rachel Glass. Second Vice Chair, Jordan Crowley. Social Justice and Equity Chair, Jeff Spey, and Community Partnerships Chair, Dawn Rains. Let's get started with Rachel and programming, and I promise this will just be a couple of minutes.
Thank you, Carla. Really fast. One of the great things about coming to the 34th every month and possibly in between your once-a-month meetings are seeing programs. And we have started this year a series, it's a speaker series called Reframing Issues of Equity. And basically what that theme, the focus that we are addressing in all of these visiting folks who come and do presentations are about equity. And so it's about how communities of color are affected by systems and issues that are in our government and in our society and what we see every day. So there are some, just briefly, what we have been doing. We have had some forums where you can meet the candidates that you want to vote for, who are going to help put into practice and into policy some issues that you care about in your community. We have had presentations about African American history and resources, Black Past by one of our own members, who is the vice president of an organization that can give you some more information and resources to learn about African American history. We have had a program about women's health services and sexual assault. Tonight we had a program about Juneteenth. I am going to be getting together a program on redlining, which is a really very important issue to know about because it affects communities of color and African American communities in a disproportionately negative way. And so we're going to learn about some of these things. What's to come are some learning about how the mental health situation is affecting communities of color, how homelessness affects, how homeless folks of color are affected differently from other folks. And so we're looking at these all year, these sorts of situations. We're also going to be starting up some discussion groups and some identity groups where we're going to be talking about where non-BIPOC folks can talk about, you know, racism and have those conversations. And so anyway, we're going to be doing these programs all year. We would love to have you join and have your voice be heard and also listen. So thank you very much. And I will pass the I will pass the speeching on to Jordan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jordan Crawley, second vice chair and chair of the Platform and Legislative Action Committee. In January, I launched our organization's membership policy caucuses, or MPCs, as a way for us to amplify our advocacy and better connect to our communities. Our 9 MPCs were originally organized to align with the legislative bodies at the various levels of government and were labeled accordingly as budget and economic development, environment, energy and land use, healthcare, housing, community and arts, human services and education, labor, commerce and gaming, law, justice and civil rights, transportation and utilities, and finally voting and elections. In just 5 months, our MPCs have engaged with most of the elected officials in our district, brought in dozens of new members, established previously non-existent relationships with other organizations, and drafted our organization's first ever platform, which we will look to adopt next month. This fall, we will look to adjust our platform and our MPC's focuses to prepare for 2022. So whether you love public policy, love advocacy, want to increase your involvement in our community, or want to get to know your elected officials, just reach out to me and I'll get you connected. Personally, I believe that we can always do more and do better as an organization. And I believe that the best way to realize that vision is to tap into the passions of our membership. So thank you all for joining us tonight. I hope to hear from you all soon. I will pass things over to Jeff.
Jess Bay, are you with us? Dawn Rains, will you go ahead, please?
Hi, everyone. So glad that you were able to be with us tonight. I just wanted to highlight a number of ways that you can get involved in the 34th. We have a number of committees through which we do our business, everything from fundraising to membership to our PCO committees. And we would love for you to get more involved in any of these efforts. So just wanted to direct you to our website to check out all of the various opportunities to get involved. And we would love to welcome you to getting more involved in our work to elect Democrats. Thanks so much.
And I'm back, folks. Sorry about that. I tried to click unmute, but it said that I didn't have the power to unmute. So, but here I am. Well, thanks everybody. So I'm the chair of the Social Justice and Equity Committee. The 34th last year changed its course. We rededicated the organization into focusing on social justice and equity issues and reconstituted what used to be a diversity and inclusion committee to become the Social Justice and Equity Committee. So we're really trying to focus on the right things, doing the work in the community and having those really important conversations and bringing really important issues to light. So just as a baseline, our committee is focused on highlighting issues regarding social justice, amplifying the voices of people in the BIPOC community, and then nerding out on policy, commenting on resolutions, stuff going on in the community, and then doing some programming. Recently, I don't know if anybody has read the newsletter, but most recently we did a COVID vaccine dedicated to helping folks in the BIPOC community who have unfortunately lower rates of vaccinations. We planned that event with some community partners to bring those vaccines directly into those communities. And we've got a lot more stuff coming up like that. So to anyone who's interested in these issues, is interested in getting involved, boots on the ground, making a difference and weighing in on some really important issues, I welcome you to join us. We meet monthly and we'd love to have your help and support. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, board. Appreciate it. All right, it's time. Going to take you through some process points so that everyone knows how this is going to go. Please, please, please listen carefully. Tonight will be long and frustrating if we're not following the rules. So have a listen to these important instructions. First off, I'm going to repeat again some of our rules and process tips. For anyone who's not a pro at this, I'm going to first review the steps in the process of an endorsement. After going to several endorsement meetings, they all kind of seem a little different. So I'd like to just review our process. So again, speaking, motioning, voting, you are only allowed to do this if you are a paid member of the 34th. The deadlines for membership for brand new people were May 12th. If you've never been involved in the organization and you joined after May 12th, you will not be able to participate tonight. You will be able to participate in July, but not tonight. And then any renewing members, it was June 8th, last night at 9 o'clock. And we did pull the membership right at 9. You also must reside in the district. Over the weekend, I reached out to about 20 people who had non-district addresses. I heard from several of them. We got that worked out. But if you don't have a district address, that makes you ineligible. If you have an issue with that, if you actually live in the district and maybe you use your work address or something like that, please reach out to Dawn Rains and we'll work through that. Alternative voting method. So look, we have this great technology here. It's brand new though, and not everybody is ready for it. Maybe you don't have a smartphone, or maybe you're having issues with your computer. We do have an alternative voting method for tonight. And I really want to stress only those having issues, or if perhaps maybe you're, two people watching one computer and you only have one device, you're only going to be able to vote one time on that device. Those people, that second person in front of that computer, and those other folks who don't have the technology we need to use the voting system, please keep it just to those folks. Otherwise, it's just going to take longer. So text those votes. Again, I'll have this up during the voting, but 206-200-6526. That same number is in the participants window. Dawn is there. She's ready to help if you have issues. In that text that you send over with your vote, please give us your name and your email, just to make sure, at least the first time, give us your email as well, just so we can identify you against the voting record. The membership record. All right. Again, not everybody does this every day, so let's just talk about how this is going to work. I'm going to open the floor for motions to endorse. And this will just be for one single race. We do one race at a time. Eligible voters will be able to make motions and then also make seconds for candidates to endorse. I will take all the motions for a single race. If there's only one, that's a different outcome, but I will keep taking motions until the body goes silent. Then I will close the nominations for that race. At that point in time, and in the order that the motions were made, we'll do our speeches. Excuse me, the maker of the motion will be given 2 minutes to speak for his or her motion. They may also cede that time to the candidate if that's what they desire to do. Some of our, let me start this again. So there is 2 for speeches and 2 against speeches allowed. That's the maximum. After the first speech for the candidate for the motion, if no one stands up to speak against, then we will not go back and do another for speech. So it is possible that some candidates may only have 1 speech for. Okay. And again, we hear up to two speeches for and 2 speeches against for each candidate. Once all the speeches are completed, then we vote. Okay. We do have a maximum of 3 ballots. Our first ballot is going to be for all those candidates who are nominated. And if that first ballot does not yield a 60% winner, then we move to the second ballot. The thing that happens on the second ballot, that ballot will only include the top 2 vote getters from the first ballot. Okay. If the second ballot doesn't result in an endorsement, then the body has to decide whether we want to vote for a dual endorsement. It's not automatic. Someone has to make a motion. And then that motion will create our third ballot, which will be a yes and a no for or against the dual endorsement. And again, a dual endorsement still has to have 60% majority. Okay. To make a motion, said this earlier, but again, please raise your hand to signal me, and I will call on you and we will unmute you. Many of the candidates, I asked all of the candidates this past weekend if they had specific people that they wanted to speak on their behalf, and many did tell me who those folks were. So I will certainly select those folks that have been identified, but if there hasn't been anybody identified, I'm just going to pick myself. Points of order, which are questions in Robert's rules. You also need to raise your hand in Zoom for that as well. Hopefully we can deal with a lot of that in the background though, so we keep the meeting on the rails. Each vote will be 2 minutes and on a timer. Chris Porter is going to share his screen. He also needs to be made a co-host. Okay, okay. All right, we'll get to that. Apparently there are 2 Chris Porters here, which would be insane. But Chris, we need to know which one of you to make the co-host, where you need to share your screen. So Chris Porter is going to flash his countdown timer. We use these in the forum. They worked really well. And the first vote, we're going to give you an extra minute just because it's new and different. But for those of you guys who were with us in May when we did our practice vote, it goes really, really quick. But please do pay attention. It's your responsibility to vote during the window. If you miss the vote, you miss the vote. So really important to stay tuned in, okay? Motions for sole or dual endorsements are out of order. I will not hear them. It's against our rules. Can't happen. If you're speaking, and this is really, really important, and please, those of you who plan to speak for and against candidates, if you're speaking against a motion to endorse, you cannot use that time to speak about why we should vote for the other candidate. You have to be speaking against that endorsement for that candidate, okay? Again, it'll be out of order. I'll have to stop you. All right, here we go. I do need to appoint really quickly a temporary parliamentarian for this evening. Gina Top is my parliamentarian, but is unable to be with us tonight. So Sarah Koch is going to help out. Hopefully we don't need it, but I have to have one here just in case we get in a bylaws battle. So I have appointed Sarah as temporary parliamentarian. Thank you, Sarah, for stepping up. All right, lastly, I'm going to take just a moment of personal privilege. I have been worrying about this night this entire time I've been chair, not looking forward to it. We've made great progress this year as an organization in the face of a pandemic. We've got 548 members. Let's all walk into this holding hands as Democrats. We are all Democrats here. We may be on different sides of the spectrum, but we're all Democrats. I came here from Virginia where it was red versus blue, and I had no idea what to do with myself when I got here and it was Democrat versus Democrat. I had no idea that happened anywhere. We're so lucky to be in this place. I'm thankful, honestly, that we're on Zoom tonight, because I want this organization and our members and our body to stick together and stay unified so that we can have a successful 2021 cycle. Let's all remember also our 34th Code of Conduct. Here are a few excerpts. Treat everyone with dignity, respect, and worth. Use welcoming and inclusive language. Assume good intent on the part of speakers and participants. Just don't forget any of that. Let's make this a good night. All right, let's do it. We're going to start out easy.
Carla, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just want to remind everybody that your cameras be off, because we can see you if your cameras are on. And so I just got a heads up from somebody that we just want your camera to be off if you do not want to be seen. And if you're doing anything that you don't want us to see, please make sure your camera's off. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. That's a good one. All right. Again, I want to make sure everyone is on mute. Dawn, you have your hand up?
I just wanted to give candidates or their representatives in the room heads up that people must be here present in the room to vote. There's been some misinformation given on various social media platforms. I'm getting votes from people who are not in attendance, and they will not count. They must be physically or Zoom present in order for votes to count. So if you can spread that word, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Excellent. Good point.
Carla,
Yes.
are you going to put the timer up on my screen?
Are you sharing your screen?
I thought I did.
Well, first off, let's make sure you're co-host. Okay, you are co-host.
Yes.
There is a way to share. There is a way to share two screens at a time. Hold on. Only hosts. All right. Can anyone that's looking at the gallery view, are you able to see Chris's screen? We can't see you, Chris.
Well, I have my video on, and
Well, we're talking about sharing your screen for the timer though.
yes,
Okay.
because I can't see the timer.
No screen yet? I would suggest maybe Chris unshare and share again. And I'm going to try, hang on here.
And while we have a bit of a downtime, I just want to give another public service announcement. Please, anybody who is driving, please do not be Zooming while you are driving. If it's possible, if you need to vote, please pull over and just be we want all of you to be safe and healthy for the future. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Rachel. Chris, let's try spotlighting Chris. All right, we see you, Chris. We don't see your screen.
Let's see, I did this. Share.
All right.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch devices, and
Okay.
let's do it. Okay.
And honestly, we probably have a couple minutes before we need the timer. We're not going to probably need the timer for the first vote because we're going to hopefully do it by acclamation. So take a few seconds, log into a different device. Okay. I also see Patricia Magnuson. Do you have your hand up, Patricia? Okay, moving on. Barbara Lampier, you have your hand up? Okay, this is actually, I'm going to, all right, Sarah, I'm gonna need you to help with some hands here. Can you knock their hands down? I'm not sure why I can't. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and get started talking about our block vote recommendation. This is a recommendation from our executive board. And as a point of information, we only include candidates who have no Democrat challenger or candidates who are running unopposed. Actually, I need to get my slate up here again. Okay, now you can see it. As per our endorsement rules, if any member rises in opposition to any of the candidates or to the measure, they'll be removed from the block vote immediately. Is there any opposition to this block vote recommendation, which includes Best Starts for Kids levy, Andrea Robertson, Superior Court Judge, Hugo Garcia, Burien City Council Position 1, and Crystal Marks, Burien City Council Position 7. Again, these candidates are not opposed by a Democrat, or they are running without a challenger. Any opposition? Any opposition? All right, I'm seeing some hands. Jesse? All right, I'm not seeing hands anymore. Patricia has got a hand up. Patricia. All right. Hang on just a second. Let's try this. All right, if you guys are raising your hands. Jesse.
Yeah, my understanding is Crystal is running for 2 positions. Is that true? Other than Burien City Council?
Not sure. I mean, I believe that is true.
Yes, Jesse, she's running for 2 positions, but one of them does not overlap with the jurisdiction of our district. So her Burien race is the only one that's eligible for our endorsement.
Okay. Next, Gary Long. So folks, when you have your hand up, you need to be watching the screen so that you can unmute yourself.
I've unmuted myself, but my question was, is there any background on Crystal Marks as a candidate?
That is not what that's really not what we do in our endorsements meeting. We have had a forum. She was in our forum, and we've provided all the membership her King County Democrats questionnaire. And at this point, it's time to vote. So this isn't really the venue to understand the background. If anyone has an issue with with any of the candidates, as I said, we can remove them from the slate. That would mean that we would have to vote on them individually. And at that point in time, someone would be able to speak for the candidate. So you'd get a little bit of detail there. But again, that wasn't really the intent of the evening. Annie Phillips.
Yeah, thank you. So on the leave behind, the handout that we PCOs leave when we are doorbelling
Yes.
with our endorsements, would these people, will Hugo and Crystal be listed
Yes.
as our endorsements?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. These 4, well, actually, I should say these 3 candidates will be endorsed. If we pass this block vote, they will be endorsed candidates just like all the rest. This is really just a time-saving thing. because we know that they don't have a Democrat in opposition. Best Starts for Kids levy would be a support on any materials that we put out for the fall. All right, last question, back to Jesse.
At this point in time, I can't, I would ask to pull Crystal Marks from the endorsement.
Okay, thank you. There is no debate on this. As I mentioned, if we have anyone opposed, we can we will immediately pull that person from the block. Okay. Any other? Okay, Chris? Jana?
Oh, I don't have my hand up, do I?
Jana? Go
I
ahead.
would like to oppose Crystal Marks' endorsement as well.
Okay. All right, we actually don't even have to have discussion. It's a really fast thing. If even one person is not okay with it, we take them off. So we will pull Crystal from the block vote, and that means she will need her own ballot when the time comes a little bit later in the evening. Okay. All right, I see no more hands. So at this point, I'd like to ask everyone to, again, find those yes and no buttons. We're going to do this by acclamation. Please say yes to endorse Best Starts for Kids levy, Andrea Robertson, and Hugo Garcia. Please go ahead and vote. And again, no if you would like to oppose the entire 3 slate or block, excuse me.
We're doing this in chat.
It's the yes and no buttons or the check or X button, Chris.
Oh, there we are.
You see it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we, Jordan or Trey, do you guys have a number for 60%, please? It looks like we're only about halfway there. I need some more votes, folks. There are 372 participants. I'm not sure how many voting members we have on, but I have 190, 192. We got to get to 60%.
So Christy, can you do some things for that?
While we're holding to get this 60% number, I want to, and I've been having problems with the unmuting. Is mute all going to, well, I think we just need to mute all. I think let's go that direction. And then we'll unmute as needed. Yes. All right, we have 203 so far, and that is over 60%. So we have our first 3 candidates endorsed. Very good. All right, moving on. The first position, I'm going to go right here. This is the slide that will stay up for most of the evening, and it will kind of tell you where we are. I will highlight in blue the race that we are working through. It also has the text to vote on it if you need that. Okay. Hugo is done. Okay, great. Are there any motions? So here we go. This is the real deal now. Are there any motions for endorsement for Burien City Council Position 3? Please raise your hand. Okay. Lisa Plymate, asking you to unmute. Lisa, are you able to unmute? Why is this not working?
Carla, if she can't unmute, would she be able to type it into the chat? Would that
No,
be?
we're just gonna have to move on.
Okay.
Let's go with Dow Constantine, Executive Constantine. Can you unmute?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nod if you can hear me.
Yes, we're good.
All right, technology. Madam Chair, I move the endorsement of Jimmy Mata. Can't hear you.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
Please don't shout out. I want to, I have to have people raising their hands. Please do not shout out. Okay. Let's go back to the list. Lisa Plymate, are you able to unmute? You have one more chance. All right, let's go to Jesse Scott Candle, please.
I second the motion. I've known Jimmy for a very long time, and I've actually worked with him. He is a stand-up guy.
All right, when you're making a motion and seconding, it's not the time to make a speech. I will call on you in a moment to make your speech. All right. Very good. We've got Jimmy Mata. Are there any other endorsements for Burien Position 3? Oh, sorry, any other motions for endorsement for Burien number 3? All right. I see a lot of hands up. Anybody speaking for Jimmy need to put your hand down. This would only be for a new candidate, a new motion for an additional candidate for Burien Position number 3. I'm going to give everybody a moment to lower your hand, and maybe I will just lower everyone's hand. Sarah, Sarah, I might tag you or Dawn when I ask for lowered hands, because this is becoming a problem. All right, I still have hands up, so I'm going to start calling on folks. Oh, the hands are now disappearing. Chris Porter. Oh, your hand's down. Great. Okay. Grace Stiller, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move that we endorse Charles Schaefer for position number 3.
Okay, that's Grace Stiller for Charles Schaefer. Okay, I need a second for Charles Schaefer. Crystal Marks.
I'll second for Charles Schaefer.
Thank you. Very good. Are there any other nominations for Burien Position number 3? Chris Porter, are you making a motion?
No, I don't have the timer. I switched devices, just so you know, I don't have the timer.
So it won't be shown on screen? I'm sorry?
Yeah. So it's not allowing me. It says I can't share. I've been disabled from sharing.
Chris, could you try again? I believe that it was because you were not a co-host. Please try again. Are there any other nominations?
Okay.
I think we see you now. Let's get that timer ready. Okay. Okay, so Johnny Lee, you're not able to make motions. You are a guest. So please pull your hand down. Thank you. Lisa Plymate, you continue to put your hand up. Are you able to unmute yourself and let me know what you need?
I'm just having a problem with my cursor. But I've hit lower hand a couple of times and it doesn't seem to lower it. So I don't know what else to do. But
thank you.
To pick it off.
All right, I think we're good. All right, so we're going to go to speeches. I'll start out with Dow. Would you have 2 minutes to speak to your motion? You may yield your time also to the nominee. Chris, the screen that you're sharing is not the timer.
Chris. I can time myself, Madam Chair, if we want to get started.
Chris, are you with us? All right, I need an
Yes,
alternate.
I do. I'm here. Carla?
Yes.
I just need the timer emailed to me and I can launch it on my screen. That's what I don't have.
Okay, let's have Dawn, would you mind looking at a clock and let's time Dow's 2 minutes, please. Dow, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Jimmy Mata is truly a remarkable leader. His family came to the United States from Guatemala, fleeing civil war. With more faith in their heart than dollars in their pockets, they came searching for a better life for their family. Jimmy's early days as a farm worker taught him the value of hard work, and he is a hard worker. He has defended the rights of workers and business owners in his role as a leader with the Brotherhood of Carpenters. And then he moved to start his own business, and at the same time continue to serve his community as the mayor of the city of Burien. Jimmy is a lifelong Democrat with a warrior's heart and a spirit to serve. His guiding principles are honesty, transparency, integrity, leading the charge for common sense solutions to the homeless crisis, comforting the victims, and seeking real solutions to stop the senseless violence in our communities. We partnered together to launch LEAD, the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program, to create a real alternative to the cycle of crime and punishment that continues to cycle people through the streets without really reducing the harm that's happening, and instead get people into the services, into the programs that can get to the heart of the challenge they're facing and turn their lives around. He is a consensus builder. He is a visionary. He is the candidate with the experience to lead Burien. Jimmy is one of King County's finest mayors and one of our finest elected officials. And he is exactly who Burien needs to continue addressing the challenges of that city and to champion the Democratic platform. I urge your support for the endorsement of Jimmy Mata.
Thank you so much. Would any member or PCO like to speak against this motion of endorsement for Jimmy Mata for Burien City Council position 3? I'm looking for hands. Kate Richardson?
There's a mistake if you're, I don't have my hand up. Sorry.
Yeah, you do.
Well,
All right.
the machine did it, I didn't.
Okay. I see no other hands, no opposition to the motion to nominate Jimmy Mata. So we will proceed to the next candidate. Grace Stiller, would you like to speak? You have 2 minutes. You can speak to your motion or you may yield the time to the candidate.
Yes, I'd like to yield my time, but first to say that I've known Charles for a while as a community activist, very much a progressive, and I think that the 34th should hear why he feels he's qualified. And I cede the rest of my time to Charles. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
All right. Am I on? Okay.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you, Grace and Crystal, for the motion. And thank you, Carla and team, for running the meeting. I know it's difficult with this many people in here. At the candidate forum, both my opponent and I agreed that housing justice and police reform are the two biggest issues facing Burien. And I think I have an excellent track record on both of those issues. I was just at Transform Burien today, serving lunch to our unhoused neighbors. And I've consistently advocated in support of the DESC housing project, permanent supportive housing, which my opponent, along with the council majority, has continued to delay. I've also advocated for ending single family zoning and various other approaches to address housing first. I believe in that. And also on police reform, once again, I've consistently advocated before council. I was at the rally along with all the current council members last year, and the community is asking for police reform, and we haven't seen any meaningful action on that from my opponent and from the majority of the council. So I would be really honored to have your endorsement, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Would any member or PCO like to speak against this motion to endorse Charles Schaefer for Burien City Council Position 3? Any hands to speak against the motion to endorse Charles Schaefer? Jesse Scott Kendall?
Madam Chair?
Just point of order, since the candidate got to speak, does Jimmy Mata get to speak?
So here's the rules. The person making the motion gets 2 minutes to speak. They can cede their time to the candidate if they wish. Just because it's not tit for tat like that. You either cede your time or you don't. And Jimmy preferred to have Dow take the entire 2 minutes.
Madam
Chris,
Chair?
I see yes, I see the timer.
The time, okay, good. Thank you.
We're good. We will be ready when we need to go into voting. All right. I see no other hands. Okay, so we have no opposition. So at this point in time, for those campaigns who would like to observe the vote, we can move those folks into the breakout room. If you did not specify and you want someone to observe the tally, please send a message in the chat to Sarah Koch, K-O-C-H, with the names of up to 2 people, and we'll pull them in while we're doing this. All right, please go ahead, Jordan, and launch the Zoom poll. And Chris, this is 3 minutes. So we're going to do 3 minutes on the vote, please. Okay, again, it's your responsibility to vote within the window. When the poll closes, the voting period is over. Anyone that's using the alternate method to vote, please text your vote now. And you're actually, I believe, seeing the results as we go.
Carla,
Yes.
if Jordan could move it to the right or the left, and I can adjust the timer for 3 minutes, but it's right in the middle of how you adjust the time.
You can move it yourself. Just take the top of it and move it over to the right.
Can I? Okay.
Yes, you can.
Oh, well, good. Okay, thank you.
Again, just a reminder that an endorsement requires a 60% majority of voting members. So now, because this first tally will take a few extra minutes, we're going to divert your attention for a moment to a resolution. This has been brought forward by State Party Diversity and Inclusion Co-Chair Chris Porter. Excuse me. Chris Porter, who is also our timer. This resolution is urging Governor Inslee to sign the Equity Now executive order. And I'd like to invite Chris to give a brief on the resolution, and then we'll move to a voice vote. Chris?
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. This is Chris Porter, State Party.
So
Anyway.
folks, it is not quite time to vote yet.
Oh, anyway, the resolution for this Equity Now was presented, and the hopes was we would approve it in time for when the governor would sign it on Juneteenth. Remember that this state has been plagued with anti-affirmative action measures that has decreased women and other people of color's ability to compete for contracts. And over this period of time, represent less than 3% of contracts issued at the state, county, and other levels. This Equity Now measure stands to try to equalize and bring equity to that process. We have tried, I think in the previous election, to bring this back, and it hasn't happened. So I'm urging everyone to stand in line with the governor and approve this resolution for Equity Now to try to bring that equity that we say we want in this state and is so vital to the survival of the state and bringing equity to people who have been shut out of the process. Thank you.
Chris, would you also like to make your motion?
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, I totally forgot that. I move that we endorse the Equity Now resolution.
Right. Thank you. Did you want to say anything in addition to what you had already shared with us, speaking for your motion?
Yes, and the only thing I'd like to point out is if we're going to walk the walk about this being a fair and equitable system and addressing systemic racism, the Equity Now resolution that the governor intends to sign is key to following up on those words and walking the walk. And that's why I'm urging everyone to unanimously approve the Equity Now resolution.
And my apologies, I completely screwed up. I need a second on this motion.
Oh.
Anne, is that what you're ready to do?
Second. Yes, it is. Second.
Thank you. And Martin seconds. All right, thank you.
And if we're going to go all out of order, I agree with everything that that he just said. Good job, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Any speeches in opposition? Any opposition to this Equity Now resolution? Okay, I see no hands. So let's move forward with an acclamation vote. We're going to again use our yes or no, check or X buttons. If Zoom could have just made everything the same, it would have been really so much easier. At this time, if you are in favor of the resolution urging Governor Inslee to sign Equity Now executive order, please click your yes or your check. Anyone opposed, please click the no button or the X button. Okay. All right, I'm not seeing a whole lot of checks. Okay, actually we have a few. I need to get about another 30 people to get this going through.
I only have a okay or text you yes. I don't have the buttons.
And okay. Do you have, well, they're really not, I mean, they're not necessarily buttons, they're like icons. There's a check in a green circle and an X in a red circle, and then other people might have a yes or a no.
Okay, I found the check.
All right.
Yeah, got the check.
Okay.
Found the check.
Okay, getting close.
Carla, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The check mark disappears. Does that mean it's been counted? So we don't need to put them up again if they disappear?
Yeah, there's so the tool has like a built-in count. I'm not sure that everybody sees that, but I see it, and I can see the number of yeses and nos. I believe
if it
these, when they
disappears,
it doesn't fall out of the count. No.
Okay, but if we click it again to make sure, does it double count?
You'd have to ask Zoom that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not like
Double
counting.
voting. Yeah, for sure. No,
This is Daniel Fivet. There's no way to vote.
if you have problems voting, you can text your vote to the phone number. And if you look there, there's a phone number right in the participants window. as
I
well.
can't vote.
Sir, I'm not sure what to do. I've given you a couple of options, and I'm not sure what to do. You can email your vote, you can text your vote, or you can use the tool. That's really all we can do. Hang on just a minute. Okay, I was being very silly, and we have passed this resolution. Thank goodness for my team. All right, we are good to go on that, and I'll be sending this along to the governor's office as soon as I get out of this awesome meeting. All right. Let me check in on my tally committee. All right, so we have wrapped up, and we definitely have an overwhelming majority on Jimmy Mata. So congratulations, Mayor Mata. You have been endorsed in your seeking re-election. Congratulations. All right. Moving along. Now let's make sure everybody's hands are down. Jordan, can you go ahead and kill the poll? Okay. Okay, next, am I going to make it through this night? All right, next we move to Burien City Council position number 5. I'd like to ask if there are any motions for endorsement at this time for Burien City Council position 5. Please raise your hand in Zoom. All right. Crystal Marks.
Thank you, Chair. I move to endorse Sarah Moore.
Thank you. Crystal Marks has made a motion to endorse Sarah Moore for Burien City Council position 5. Is there a second? Need some more hands. Okay, Annie Phillips?
I second the motion.
All right, so that's Crystal Marks made the motion. Annie Phillips has seconded. Thank you very much. Are there any other motions from the floor for Burien City Council position 5? Okay. All right, you guys put your hands down. Annie, I think you still have your hand up unless you're planning to do another motion. Okay, I'll call out Elmer Reyes Hernandez. Elmer Reyes Hernandez, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so
I nominate Georgette Reyes.
Okay, thank you, Elmer. Elmer Hernandez has nominated Georgette Reyes. Is there a second for Georgette Reyes? Is there a second for Georgette Reyes?
I will second Georgette.
Please state your name.
Nancy Tosta.
Thank you, Nancy. So Nancy Tosta has seconded the nomination of Georgette Reyes. All right, any other motions from the floor for Burien City Council position 5? Okay, seeing no more hands. Nominations are now closed. Let's start with, and I did not write my, oh, Crystal Marks. Sorry, Crystal. Crystal, you have 2 minutes, or you may cede your time to the candidate. Okay, I got muted. Sorry about that. Crystal, you have 2 minutes to speak to your motion. I've closed the nominations.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Yep. No, it's good. I was just unmuted. Thank you so much. As someone who made the motion for Sarah Moore, I would actually like to cede my time to that candidate if they would like that time. Thank you so much.
Okay, Sarah? Sarah Moore, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. I was waiting to unmute.
No worries. The mute button is not our friend. Go right ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Sarah Moore. I'm a 19-year resident of Boulevard Park in North Burien. I have raised my family here, a 19-year-old UW freshman and Eagle Scout Noah, and 31-year-old wildlife biologist Madeline. I give my time to Burien, volunteering overnight in our homeless shelters, sitting on our Parks Commission, co-founding and co-chairing ACLU Burien People Power. I am involved in climate activism. I have volunteered for school and scouting, co-founded Burien White Center Community Support Network. I shop at Burien's Farmers Market, eat in our many restaurants, and beachcomb at Seahurst Park. I love Burien's downtown, parks, beaches, and most of all, our community. Burien is growing in population, complexity, and challenges. We need leaders who will intentionally foster this growth, respecting the city we are, while also embracing our future. We need to appreciate our unique identity and also our close relationship with other cities and neighborhoods in the South King County region. From airports to parks and beaches, I will steward water, air, and land that define and impact Burien as a city. And I will acknowledge that environmental damages unequitably harm poorer and less white neighborhoods. Housing is a human right, and I will work to address the need for housing stability for all of our residents. Safety is more than law enforcement. I will advocate for more resources to address root causes of crime, including poverty and mental illness, and for responses to 911 calls that include awareness of behavioral health crisis. The pandemic has impacted all of us. Maybe all of us in Burien were touched by sickness in our own lives or our family, or suffered financially, academically, or emotionally due to isolation and the economic impacts that have deepened existing inequities. It's time to start healing Burien and across our region. I will work with intention together with community members and leaders at the state, county, and municipal level to bring transformational change to Burien.
Time.
Thank you, Chris. I'll let you go a little bit longer because I was babbling in there. Thank you, Sarah. All right, is there anyone, is there any member or PCO who would like to speak against the motion to endorse Sarah Moore for Burien City Council Position 5? Raise your hands, please. Okay, seeing none. Okay, then we'll move on to Georgette. Elmer, could you, would you like, well, you have 2 minutes.
I give you my time to Georgette Reyes.
Thank you. Georgette? Georgette?
On mute. Sorry about that. Thank you for nominating me. I was not expecting a nomination since I'm not particularly familiar with this process. But all I want to do is that I kind of feel left out. I kind of feel left out on all this process. I'm new on this. And I don't want people to feel like me. I don't want people to feel left out. I want people to feel included and listened to. I will fight for education, housing, safety, and most of all for equality, because I know how you feel. I am in your shoes. I will fight for education with extra mental health and after school programs for our children so they don't have to get involved in drugs and gangs and crime looking for acceptance. I will fight for low income housing to help those in need so they don't have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. As well as I will reach out to homeless and work on family reunification so they get off the streets. I will fight for safety for our community, our businesses, which are the core of our and support of our city, promoting new businesses and opportunities of expansion. And most of all, I will fight for equality because people is still being left out, singled out, and discriminated because of the color of their skin, creed, sexual orientation, disability, immigration status, and much more. But I'm, I'm here, I know what you feel. I can hear you. I know I can be a help if opportunity is being given to me. I know I can make the difference because I'm not a politician with a personal agenda. I'm a concerned citizen looking for the truth, transparency, and accountability from those that's supposed to seek the benefit of community and are not. I hear you, and I hope you can hear me too. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone, any member or PCO who would like to speak against the motion to endorse Georgette Reyes? Oh, too many people. Okay, Nancy Kick, speaking in opposition.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. While I am opposing Ms. Reyes's receiving our endorsement, I would like to welcome her to the Democratic Party. Recent changes to her public statements about issues Democrats care deeply about show that she may have had a change of heart, and I'm happy for this and believe we should welcome people in whenever they find us. As someone who supports women running for office, I hope she will continue to learn more about what we Democrats stand for, and I'm excited to watch her career. But I have concerns about her track record, which is, in my opinion, far too limited and inconsistent for us to give her a good faith endorsement. When researching to find out who she is, I didn't have to go back very far to see troubling public posts on her social media accounts, including support for proof of citizenship voter ID laws and pro-Trump propaganda, embracing the fiction that 2020 election was stolen and rigged. While she is now on the record saying something entirely different about people experiencing homelessness and what we can do to address our housing crisis, on April 19th, during a public comment to the Burien City Council, she opposed a housing development aimed at this population because she said, quote, "It's going to make this city more attractive to homeless, and we already have plenty of homeless." She went on to claim that, quote, "Our houses are going to drop down in price because the crime is going to go up and the city is going to be trashed. As we see everywhere the homeless sit themselves, they leave a bunch of garbage. They're trashing our cities, so we don't want any more homeless here." I found this incredibly disturbing as a way to talk about some of our most vulnerable community members. I'm glad to hear this candidate publicly embracing our values and ideals in the recent weeks. I totally understand that people grow and change through their lives. And again, welcome her into our party, but endorsements are earned through actions over time, and the public information we have available to us does not yet show a consistency of values and actions that should earn her our endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Now we go to another speech for Georgette Reyes. Would any member or PCO like to speak for Georgette? I think maybe Nancy Tosta.
Yes. So Georgette, as she has said, has expressed in her comments that she feels left out. And I find that to be deeply disturbing. I think we Democrats are a party of inclusion. She has not been able to participate. She is new. She admits that. She's new to the process. I know that she has addressed concerns in her own family, bringing up her 3 sons and the issues that some of them have faced with dealing with trying to help them stay out of gangs, not dealing with drugs. So I know that she is familiar with some of the challenges that many of us face in our own lives and in dealing with folks in the community. There is a very contentious discussion going on in Burien right now around whether we should, how we help the homeless in our community, and there are diverse points of view. I think Georgette is beginning to understand how divided our community is, and working her goal to work on transparency and support ways that others can get involved in our community is admirable to me. So I would support having Georgette endorsed. Having been a candidate back 8 years ago, knowing, not being familiar with the process and knowing how courageous she has been to step up, I am strongly supporting her endorsement.
Thank you, Nancy. Would any member or PCO like to speak against the motion to endorse Georgette Reyes? And this will be our final speech. Ivan Weiss. Welcome back, Ivan.
Thank you, Carla. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Georgette Reyes' candidacy was brought to my attention, and I went back and looked at her Facebook pages or public posts on Facebook going back a year or more. As Nancy said, I found a lot of Trump supporting posts, a lot of links to speeches that Trump had made, continuing to spread the big lie that the election had been stolen from Trump. While I agree with welcoming Ms. Reyes to our party and hoping that she will continue to stay active and adopt our values a little bit more, a lot more, I would say that her candidacy does not rise to the level of our endorsement, and I ask you not to endorse her. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment. Okay, thank you. All right, that is all of the debate on this position number 5, Burien City Council. At this time, I think we do have a few folks we need to pull into the breakout room. Let's do that. Let's bring them into the breakout room and prepare the vote, and also prepare the timer for 2 minutes. All right.
2 or 3 minutes, just everything's 2 minutes now?
2 minutes from now on, yes. And again, be ready to vote when we get the poll up for you. And while you're voting, Jordan is going to give you the exact details on the Burien City Council position 3 race. Let's vote. Launch. Yep.
So for the Burien City Council position 3 race, Mayor Motto was endorsed 226 votes to 25, meaning his endorsement passed with 90% of the vote.
Thank you, Jordan. And we will be publishing all of this information, all of the details as a part of our minutes, and then I will also probably get them up on the website this weekend. All right. I see a total of 239 votes of 368. So let's keep going. 1 minute and 12 seconds left. While we're in these little, minute or 2 intermissions, if anyone has a question, now would be a good time rather than when we're in the middle of a piece of business. Maybe at this point, everybody knows what they're doing. I'd like to just let everyone know I cannot answer questions in the chat. If you have questions about our process or our rules or whatever, please send those to Dawn Rains and she will be able to help you out. I just can't, I only have 2 hands and 2 eyes and it's late. And thank you for compliments. That really does make me feel better about this. I think we're doing okay. Right.
Fine.
All right. The poll needs to be closed and the tally can begin. I'm going to make a suggestion and please, if anyone has heartburn about it, please raise your hand and I'll certainly hear you. But I'm going to propose that we just kind of continue. Even though we don't have results, we can announce those results a little bit later. If it gets too crazy in the tally room, we will have to slow things down. But unless anybody has reservations about it, I'd like to just go ahead and keep cruising on through the agenda. And not a single hand is up, so let's do it. All right. No, hold on here. This might get complicated. All right, I'm going to try it. All right, so because we had to pull out Crystal Marks, Deputy Mayor Marks from the block vote, we do need to handle that vote now. So I'm going to ask if we have any motions to in the Burien City Council 7 race. Any motions for endorsement in the Burien City Council 7? All right, Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we endorse Crystal Marks.
Thank you, Jeff. And I need a second. Chris Weiss. Willing to make a second?
Yes, I second.
Thank you, Chris. All right, so that was Jeff Spey and Chris Weiss nominating Crystal Marks or Deputy Mayor Marks for Burien City Council 7. Thank you. Are there any other nominations for Burien City Council position 7? Any other nominations? Okay. All right, so we will, this is a single nomination, so I think we should be able to do a vote by acclamation again using our yes, no, X, and check buttons or icons. Just a reminder, and someone just threw this in the chat, and point well taken, that if you're looking for those checks and X's and you're not seeing them, there may be an icon at the bottom of the screen called reactions. You should be looking through there to find those. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we're going to do again a vote. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to do speeches. My fault. This is what happens when we start mixing things. Jeff, would you like to speak for 2 minutes or cede your time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to cede my time to Crystal Marks.
All right, thank you. Crystal?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Almost at afternoon. It's been a long day. My name is Crystal Marks. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm the current Deputy Mayor of the City of Burien, Washington. You endorsed my campaign in 2017 and helped canvass to get me elected as well with 3 other candidates. And I just want to speak to this race because this is the race that we are talking about tonight. While on the City Council in Burien, I worked hard to help pass tenant protections so that we could keep our community in their houses. We passed the state's second only just cause eviction ordinance, passed a rental housing inspection program, the ability to pay your first, last, and deposit move-in fees over a period of time instead of having to pay them up front, which is a great barrier, a great as in big, not wonderful barrier for people looking to stay in their housing or to get into new housing. I am running for re-election to retain my seat and to make sure that the progress that we have made in Burien doesn't start sliding backwards by having someone in that seat who is not aligned with the values and the goals of Democrats and the values and goals of our voters who have voted me in with the majority this last time. So while I am, yes, also running for a congressional seat, I would be staying in the seat for at least a year. If I don't win Congress, it would be 4 years. So I urge you to not let us lose this seat. My heart is very much here in Burien. I have a kiddo who's going to school at Hazel Valley Elementary. We are here and invested in this city. And I thank you so much for the support that you have poured into this campaign and the way that you have rallied around us as we have in Burien, as we have fought to keep people housed and to increase housing options, to decentralize public safety from police, and to fight for a more inclusive, welcoming city for everyone. That's what I'm here fighting for, and I would appreciate your vote.
Thank you. Is there any PCO or member who would like to speak in opposition to endorsing Crystal Marks? Anyone want to speak in opposition? Okay, Moti.
This is actually a point of order question.
Okay.
If you do by acclamation, isn't that 60% of who's in the room? But if it's a vote, isn't it 60% of who's voting?
It should be 60% of who's voting.
Do by acclamation, you count the X's and the checks? Because you
Yes.
before with the acclamation, you said, "Oh, I don't have 60% yet."
Yes, well, and that was partially because I wasn't thinking about, I only count the votes. Not,
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, that was totally my fault on that one. Just not thinking about voting versus everyone. I kept thinking we had to have 60% of 377, and it wasn't adding up for me. So that's my fault. Thank you. And I'm going to lower your hand. All right, I see no one speaking in opposition. So again, there's one nominee. So we won't use our ballots, but we will use our Zoom tools. So at this time, if you can go into your reactions and locate the yes and no, or the check and the plus, and select yes or check if you wish to endorse Crystal Marks, and no for no endorsement, or X, no or X for no endorsement. Please go ahead and vote.
Carla?
Yes.
This is Sarah Koch. I have a question that I needed to get an answer from. If you could just take a look at your messages.
Okay. That's a no. So I just wanted to remind everyone, you are only allowed 2 people in the tally room. If you, Sarah, I know you're looking to get into the tally room. You would need to let one of your other representatives step out of the tally room, and then you can get in. Only 2 people at a time. It's per our bylaws.
How do I do that?
You just need to pick from the people that are already in and just let us know, and we'll pull them out and put you in. think Nancy and I can't remember the other person. But I thought, I don't, Nancy told me who was supposed to go in,
This
and
would be
that's why.
Annie Phillips.
Sarah, do you have Annie Phillips in the tally room?
Yes.
You want to
just
swap,
one
you
second.
want to swap them out, please?
One moment.
Thank you. And again, just a reminder, I did ask ahead of time, and if you told me who you wanted ahead of time, that's who automatically goes in. So that's where we are today. Okay, question for Sarah, my parliamentarian. I just want to make sure I have this right in my head. If we have on an acclamation vote, if there are any no votes, I believe that you have to go to ballot for that. Can you help me out there?
Sure thing. Give me 1 second. I'll take a look.
While we're waiting for an answer there, we have the final vote tallies for the Burien City Council position 5 race. Sarah Moore has been endorsed. 210 votes for Sarah, 12 for Georgette, 39 for no endorsement, meaning Sarah is endorsed with 80.5% of the vote.
Thank you, Jordan. And anyone looking at the screen, that is really not how Jordan looks. That would be me. There's a trick going on in the background that you don't need to know. Sarah, do you have any thoughts on that question? I feel like we should just go ahead and go to ballot at this point if we have any no's, because I
Marcy
believe
has a
that's-
question.
yeah. Excuse me?
Marcy Stone Beckich has a question. She's had her hand raised for some time now.
So does Ann Martin.
I know. Shut up. I know. I'm trying to get her attention.
Marcy, you're on.
Okay, I can't say I can tell. Okay, I just wanted to say that an acclamation vote is generally done by a voice vote. I have never ever held a vote by acclamation where there was a tabulation of that acclamation. So I think in my opinion, if you equate this to a voice vote, if more people, there's more green than red, I think that's all you need. You don't need to track down who those no people are and figure out a percentage. I just don't think that would be necessary.
Okay, so got it. Okay. Thank you, former chair.
You're welcome.
That's what I'm seeing as well.
Excellent. All right, we do not go to a vote. We're not going to a vote.
Point of order again?
Carla?
Yes, yes, Anne. Sorry, we're talking in the background, trying to figure out how to deal with this.
I had
Be patient.
Yes, a point. And that was that the results of the Sarah Moore endorsement actually flashed up on the screen while you were still talking. And I wondered if that was an error or whether that's what you're wanting your tabulators to do.
That just could have been a technical issue. I mean, we're not showing the results to the participant, the.
Well,
meeting.
it did happen because I had the result well before the down.
Just make sure you're not sharing the results.
If you were seeing results and those results are not final, we're running a vote certification process in the background. So we can eliminate ineligible voters. So even if you see a
What-
result from the poll, that's not the final vote. But thanks for bringing
All
it to our
right.
attention.
Yeah, that's what
Thanks.
I'm trying to do is say,
Thank you.
oops, that happened. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's
Question
totally
regarding
difference
this?
of opinion. Yeah, let's come back to this. Moti, go ahead.
Again, just a question, but can you, if someone who's endorsed needs 60%, can you do it by acclamation without hitting that 60% threshold?
Yeah. There's enough here. Can we just get a poll up? 2 minutes. Let's do it. There's too many differing opinions and I don't want to have any issues with this. So we're going to just go to a ballot. So on the ballot, it will just be Crystal Marks or no endorsement. And it is live and please vote. Sorry for the problems here. All right, I'm going to find out where I am in the group here, and we'll get started next with Seattle City Attorney. I'd like to ask if there are any motions for endorsement at this time for Seattle City Attorney. I'm going to call on Lisa Herbold.
Thank you. I move the endorsement of Pete Holmes for City Attorney.
Thank you, Lisa. And is there a second? I'm expecting someone to say.
Daniel Five, and I will second that motion.
Okay, so folks, please do not unmute yourself. You're not recognized until I call your name. There's a reason why we do this. So I appreciate your second, but the candidates have specific people that they would like to speak on their behalf. Okay. So is Phil Tavel in the house? I believe that Phil was lined up to speak.
Yes, I am.
All right, great. Would you like to second, Phil?
Yes, I would like to second the nomination for Pete Holmes.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other nominations for excuse me, Seattle City Attorney? Moti, are you making a nomination?
No, my hand was still up from the other thing. Sorry about that. Let me see if I can take it down.
No
Is it
worries.
down now?
No worries. All right, I don't see any other hands. Last call, are there any other nominations for Seattle City Attorney? All right. Very good. Let's move forward then with speeches. Lisa Herbold, would you like to take the 2 minutes or cede your time to the candidate?
Can I do both? Can I say 10 seconds and then cede?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Please join me in supporting Pete. He's worked to ensure that our criminal justice system reflects our values since I met him in 2003 when former Councilmember Nick Licata put him on Seattle's first civilian police review board. I cede the rest of my time to Pete.
Pete, you are on.
Okay, you can see me? Great. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Herbold, Madam Chair, and hello, 34th District Dems. Look, as we recover from the pandemic and address critical issues of policing, criminal justice reform, and turnover at City Hall, I'm proud to provide that consistent, principled, and progressive leadership for our city, and it's a time when we need it the most. Seattle elects an independent city attorney to provide important checks and balances and to advocate for the people. Our office prosecutes misdemeanor crimes and supports victims impacted by domestic violence, drunk driving, and assaults. We lead on police reform and hold powerful corporations and even illegal tree cutters accountable. Now is not the time for an untested voice in this office. We partner with proven diversion programs to help people afflicted with addiction, behavioral health issues, and poverty to get treatment and support instead of cycling through jail. We're removing guns from our streets and fighting for stronger gun laws at every level. I've led our decade-long partnership with the Department of Justice to reduce excessive force at the Seattle Police Department and earned the praise of the Federal Monitor. But we have more work ahead with a new mayor, searching for a new chief, and bargaining a new police contract. We've tackled equity priorities like vacating marijuana convictions. We fought Trump's racist immigration policies and defeated Tim Eyeman's attack on transit. Now we are defending our right to tax wealthy corporations, hold polluters accountable, and keep people housed post-pandemic. Please visit homesforseattle.com and see my list of endorsements, which includes people like Attorney General Bob Ferguson, city and county council members, our state legislators, the Alliance for Gun Responsibility, ML King Labor, and many, many more. I'd love to earn your endorsement. Thank you.
Thank you. Leah, are you, I saw your hand go up at the very end. Were you trying to make another nomination? I just want to make sure.
I was going to
That's what I thought. Okay.
move to endorse Nicole Thomas Kennedy.
Is there a second for Leah's nomination of Nicole Thomas Kennedy? Looking for a second. Please raise your hand. David Toledo?
I second.
Thank you. All right, so sorry to kind of have to go out of order there, but let's go back to where we were. I wanted to make sure to get that other nomination. Is anyone, are any PCOs or members wanting to speak in opposition of the nomination of Pete Holmes for Seattle City Attorney? Anyone in opposition? David? Okay, put your hand back down. Oh, David, are you speaking? Are you wanting to speak against the nomination?
You can't walk down the street and they know what you're doing.
David, I'm hearing a lot of background, or somebody, I'm hearing a lot of background noise. Please go on mute.
No, I don't have a problem with Mr. Holmes.
Okay, well, you had your hand up, so I just want to be sure. All right, no one speaking in opposition to that motion. So we will move on to speeches for Nicole. Sorry, I gotta get my list here. Nicole Thomas Kennedy. Leah, would you like to use your 2 minutes or cede to the candidate?
I'd like to cede to the candidate.
Okay. Nicole, you have the floor.
Nicole Thomas Kennedy is not here. Rial Johnson, part of her staff, is here to speak on her behalf.
Is that allowed?
Well, that wouldn't be seating to the candidate then. So I would,
I actually just got here.
Oh, there's.
oh, there you are. Well, that was perfect timing.
Yeah.
All right, you have the floor.
Thank you. So my platform is one of abolition, as many people are aware. I think that Seattle needs to stop prosecuting people for misdemeanor offenses. These are things like stealing sandwiches, sleeping under awnings. I've had a case I've seen where a man who with dementia was charged with stealing groceries because he forgot to pay for his food. I don't think this is what Seattle needs to be spending its money on. It actually exacerbates every problem that it says it's going to solve. It creates instability, housing instability, job instability, which reverberates out into the community. I think the city attorney's office should be focused on housing, getting rid of antiquated zoning laws and exclusionary zoning laws, be focused on workers' rights, really going after people who commit wage theft, who steal millions of dollars from their employees, rather than going after people who steal a soda from a 7-Eleven. I also think that we should be working on access to childcare and be more aggressive when it comes to climate justice, particularly around divesting from fossil fuels and divesting from those banks that fund those fossil fuels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, is there anyone who would like to speak against the motion to endorse Nicole Thomas Kennedy? Okay, I'm not seeing any opposition. Okay. Well, very well. Time for speeches. Let's go again. Sorry, I'm getting myself out of order here. We gave our speeches. Let's vote. All right. If anyone wants to, from the campaigns, would like to go into the tally room, please signify that now. This is, again, 2 people from each campaign. And if you haven't let us know ahead of time, just put it in the chat to Sarah Koch. All right. Want to go ahead and launch the ballot? And there we go. Please vote now.
And while everyone is voting, we have the final vote tally for the endorsement of Deputy Mayor Crystal Marks, with 195 votes for the endorsement and 51 for no endorsement. Deputy Mayor Marks has been endorsed with 79.3% of the vote.
Thank you, Jordan. All right. I think we've lost our timer. Chris, are you having issues with the timer? And actually, I'm seeing here now that the poll has a timer within the window, so I think we're okay for that. We can probably skip doing the countdown timer, Chris, for the voting period, because I can see that in the window. But now the timer's back. Let's just all take a moment and just remember how easy this was when we were in person. All right. Got about 30 seconds left on the Seattle City Attorney. And we're all caught up with results. So I think we can probably keep moving along. All right, let's, as that tally is going and as you guys are wrapping up your votes, about 10 more seconds, let's go ahead and move on to King County Council Member position number 5. This position has just a little sliver in the 34th. So we would like to entertain any motions for endorsement at this time for Seattle City Council, sorry, King County Council position number 5. People coming in. All right, Dawn, I think you are going to make a motion.
Move to endorse Shukri Olo.
Thank you. Is there a second for Shukri Olo, King County Council Member, position 5? Wow, lots of hands. Let's. Hang on. Crystal Marks, there you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any other nominations for King County Council Member, position 5? Let's go with EJ Suarez, excuse me. Oh, Juarez, my fault. So sorry.
No, it's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I butchered it in like 5 different ways. Sorry about that.
I move to endorse Dave Upthegrove for King County Council.
All right, thank you. Now I'm looking for Sophia Aragon.
Hello, Madam Chair. I second to move to endorse Dave Upthegrove.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Any other nominations for King County Council Member, position 5? I see a couple of hands. I'm going to put those down because I know you guys have already spoken. All right. Nominations are now closed. Let's start with Dawn Rains. Dawn, you have 2 minutes. You'd like to cede or use those 2 minutes to speak for Shukri Olo.
I would like to cede my time to the candidate.
Okay. Shukri, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Dawn, as well. Thank you all for all the work that you're doing for our democracy. My name is Dr. Shukri Olo. I just defended my doctorate this past Friday. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and like thousands of residents from South King County, I am a proud refugee. My family and I resettled to the US in 1996. I grew up in public housing in the city of Kent, was raised by a strong Black mother taking care of 3 kids by herself. I'm a product of this community and an example of the possibilities when a young person is loved on and loved upon. I'm also a mother. I'm sure the kids will storm in here in just a couple seconds, and a candidate for Dr. King County Council District 5. Because I'm an organizer, I co-designed our platforms with over 700 people, and I want to lift up their wisdom. One, affordable housing is a human right. And I know this because I was stateless, displaced in a refugee camp for 6 years of my life, grew up in public housing. This is a personal issue to me. That 2, we need to invest in public health and human services, including behavioral health, mental health, and affordable childcare. That 3, we need to bend our legal system toward justice. And that 4, we need to support small business owners, including immigrants and refugees, BIPOC, veterans. And I want to make it clear tonight that my candidacy is not an indictment on the incumbent. We are grateful for his 20-year service to South King County, but I'm not interested in protecting the status quo. I'm not interested in tokenizing BIPOC communities. I'm not interested in a seat. This isn't about a seat for me. This is the people's seat. I want to center those of us furthest from justice in this seat. I want to create spaces of belonging for young people, for immigrants and refugees, and those at the intersections of oppression. And I'm honored that this message has resonated with an endorsement from the King County Democrats, a sole endorsement from the 11th, an endorsement from the 37th, a sole from King County Young Dems, a sole from SEIU 925, endorsement from SEIU 1199. And I would be honored to have your support, members from the 34th. Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would any member or PCO like to speak against the motion to endorse Shukri Olo for King County Council Member, position 5? Looking for hands, please. This is speeches against the motion to endorse Shukri Olo. Okay, seeing no hands, I will move on to the next nominee. EJ, you are up. You have 2 minutes to speak to your motion, or you may yield all or part of your time to the nominee.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is EJ Juarez, and I have the honor of supporting Dave Up the Grove today. Dave embodies true public service that is humble, earnest, and effective. He's a true workhorse. And when it comes down to it, I know that I want somebody on our council that works hard every day with us in mind, and Dave has. We've also seen time and again that his work pays off because Dave delivers. Dave understands and embodies the idea that government works best with our compassion when we have compassionate leaders who are ready to dive into the details to help our communities thrive. And now I'd like to read a statement from Seattle City Council member and 34th District Democrat Teresa Mosqueda. I wish I was there to support such a great champion of progressive causes and communities of color, but unfortunately I'm out of town on a family emergency. I've known Dave for a long time, and I want to share what I know. Dave is an effective progressive champion for South King County. In the legislature, he was a leader of a progressive caucus that pushed Democratic leadership to do better on labor and environmental issues. I'm not surprised he has earned the sole endorsement of 16 labor unions and the Washington conservation voters. Dave has always centered his work in communities of color and immigrant and refugee communities in his diverse South King County district. This is why I am supporting and proud to be among the more than 75 leaders from communities of color supporting his re-election. Dave's life experience as an out gay elected official has made his commitment to justice very personal. I've seen his genuine passion. He is one of the most authentic elected officials in our region, well-grounded in solid values and immersed in the life of his community. He's always had our back. I encourage you to join me in having his back and voting to endorse the re-election of Dave Up the Grove. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Is there anyone, member or PCO, who'd like to speak against the motion to endorse Dave Up the Grove for King County Council Member, position 5? Looking for hands. Anyone against the motion to endorse Dave Up the Grove? Okay, seeing none, speeches are over. At this time, again, would like to get any representatives into the breakout room. If you did not let us know ahead of time, you can message Sarah Coach, who's one of our co-hosts, with the names of up to 2 people who can observe the vote. Are we ready with the poll? All right. Please go ahead and vote. Hey, we're kind of getting good at this. I'm feeling like we're in a little bit of a groove here. Right.
Okay, the final vote tally is in for Seattle City Attorney with 191 votes. Pete Holmes is endorsed. That is 70.2% of the vote. So
I'm hearing that we, let me back up here. With Chris doing the timer, we can only share one screen at a time because I think I didn't set it up right. So I'm going to take the timer down for a second because we don't need it during a vote. And I'm going to show the show about where we are in the agenda. Hopefully that is helpful. And Jordan, I think the poll is thought it was over 2 already. You're good. If you're watching it, great. Let's see, where are we? We are here.
Do you need more room?
Okay.
Do you need more room?
Everyone, please be on mute. I'm going to go ahead and mute all. I did actually end up giving everyone the ability to unmute themselves, and for the most part, everyone's been very good. Thank you for that. It makes it go a lot faster, so I'm going to leave this on for now, unless we start having some issues.
The poll is up.
What's happening? So it's me that's doing it. Got it. Is it gone now, Anne?
No.
No.
Well, I'm definitely not sharing it.
Sharing what? Gone now.
It's gone now.
Okay. I mean, it's not privileged information. It's just the poll. It's the results as they go. There's no huge harm in seeing that, but I will make sure that I close it off as soon as Jordan takes the poll down. So again, next up will be Seattle City Council position 8. And I think we can go ahead and start getting into that. So, second to catch myself up here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and begin taking motions for Seattle City Council position 8. And I believe I see Joe Fitzgibbon. So Joe, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I would like to move that we endorse Teresa Mosqueda for Seattle City Council position 8.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm going to go with Katie Garrow.
I move a second for Teresa Mosqueda.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any other nominations for Seattle City Council position 8? Any other nominations? I'm going to take Joe and Katie's hands down. David Toledo?
I would like to nominate the Martin for position 8.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? You got really robotic there for a second.
Kate Martin.
Okay,
please.
thank you. So I'm looking for a second in raise of hand for Kate Martin. James Williams. James Williams. Still need a second. And I see one hand for James Williams. James, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I'm seconding the motion that was made for the other candidate.
Can you say the name? The other candidate being Kate Martin?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just real hard to hear you. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second for Kate Martin. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations for Seattle City Council position 8? Okay. Nominations are now closed. Let's start with Joe Fitzgibbon. You have 2 minutes unless you'd like to cede all or part to the nominee.
May I have the timer back?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Carla. And Councilmember Mosqueda is not able to be with us tonight, although she is a 34th resident and member, I believe. Seattle City Council position 8 is a citywide position, but Teresa is a proud resident of the Youngstown neighborhood, and I'm honored to speak in favor of her endorsement tonight. Since Teresa was elected to the Seattle City Council 4 years ago, she has been a tremendous progressive leader and a tenacious fighter for the working people of Seattle, including app-based drivers, domestic workers, hotel workers, grocery store workers, other essential workers, fighting for hazard pay, fighting for essential relief for small businesses experiencing the harms of the pandemic economic hardships we've been in amidst for the last 15 months, rental assistance, food assistance, childcare support, and that is due to her tenacious advocacy for the Jumpstart Seattle plan, enacting the most significant breakthrough at the local level for progressive revenue that we've seen in decades, taxing large businesses, paying high salaries in order to sustain Seattle's budget and to sustain the communities that were most in need of that support through the pandemic. I think we have been so fortunate as a city to have a champion like Teresa fighting for the progressive change and rejecting the excuses that had led Seattle to be facing recessionary cuts prior to her stepping up to push hard for the Jumpstart plan, which just earlier this week was upheld in court. And so I'm so proud to ask for your support for my friend Teresa Mosqueda.
Thank you, Representative Fitzgibbon. Is there anyone who'd like to speak against the motion that Representative Fitzgibbon made to endorse Teresa Mosqueda for Seattle City Council 8? Anyone wanting to speak against? Seeing no hands. Anyone who want to speak against? Okay. And the timer's back. Thank you, Chris. All right. Since there are no against speeches, we'll move on to, excuse me, David Toledo. Would you like to take your 2 minutes or divide that up with the candidate?
Yeah, let's do a little. Let me say that the 34th loves fighters. And that's why when I heard Kate was in this race, I said, you know what, I'm going to support you. So having said that, I'll cede the rest of my time to the mighty Kate Martin.
Thank you, David. I am happy to be here. I've known many of you for a long time. I really haven't changed my position. I've always been a centrist, and the party did kind of leave me 5 or 6 years ago. I felt like I'm a centrist and there's no place for me, but I'm back and I want to hold down the centrist fort. I've been paying attention for 30 years, participating for a couple of decades, volunteering from one end of the city to the other, and I'm seeing that we're doing our part as taxpayers to pay, but the problems are not being solved. And I ask myself, why aren't these problems getting solved? What is happening? And I'm seeing 2 things. One, I think democracy is under attack. I think we voted for district elections, but we're not realizing it. I think everything needs to come from the bottom up to make things work. I'm super concerned about that. I think the other part is that we don't have enough diversity for debate on the council. So even if I'm not your best friend and you disagree with me on some levels, I think that we could all agree Seattle needs better government, and that debate, diversity of professional diversity, political diversity, ideological diversity will bring us better solutions, because we're in the hole right now. I think Seattle has a fantastic history. It wasn't that long ago when things were working. I feel that I'm in a great position to right the ship. And again, I'm not dissing Teresa Mosqueda, but the job of Seattle City Council is not a labor activist. It's a legislator and a policymaker. And so while I respect what she's doing, that's not what the job is. And so I ask for your support and your vote. And thank you for David for giving me this time to speak.
Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak against this nomination? This nomination for Kate Martin, position 8, Seattle City Council. Any speaking against? I see no hands yet. Anyone want to oppose the nomination of Kate Martin? Okay. I think that's enough time. So we have no speeches against. So I'm going to wrap the speeches up. We will prepare to vote. However, we've got to take a step back because we did not make an endorsement in the King County Council member position 5 race. Jordan, you want to explain the next steps?
So on that first ballot, Dave Up the Grove received 164. Shukri Olau was 108, and no endorsement was 6, meaning that Dave Up the Grove received 59% of the endorsement vote, meaning he fell short of the 60% threshold. What that means as far as process is we now move to a second ballot, and no endorsement is no longer a valid vote. So if you are voting, you will have to choose between either Dave Up the Grove or Shukri Olau. So I'll be launching the poll right now.
And just a reminder that if we don't come up with an endorsement in this ballot, then I will need to have someone from the membership. Well, the body should decide if they want to motion to do a dual endorsement. That does take a motion from and a second from the membership. Again, let's see how we do with ballot number 2. So we are not going to run 2 votes at the same time because all of our heads would explode. So now is probably a really good time to take a short break if you need to run away. We should be able to wrap this up in about a minute and a half. I'm not going to talk for a minute and a half and rest myself. Maybe I'll check out the chat.
time.
Oh,
Hi, are we still having the meeting?
yes.
Oh, okay. Just checking. I got caught off. I'm doing this by landline here. Sorry, I'll just mute myself again.
No worries. Yeah, we're still here. We're having a little we're having a little discussion in the background here, and we need another minute to collaborate. Give me just a moment. David Toledo, are you still with us? Could you please look at direct message and chat, please? I need an answer from you.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah. Yes, I'm trying to about that. Yeah, I'm trying to respond. It doesn't seem to be going, but
Okay.
Are we still going on? I'm not hearing anything on the phone.
I should have brought music to put in the background, but when we have things that we have to deal with offline, I can't be on speaker and talking. So give us a second.
Okay, sorry. I was just checking. I'm just picking up. I'm
No,
not sure whether
the party is still on. Hold tight.
Okay.
All right, sorry, folks. We have a really, really tight race. We're dealing with things going on in the tally room with the candidate representatives, and we've got to clear those questions out before we move further. So just hang on, get yourself a cup of coffee, whatever you got to do. Hopefully we can start up in another minute or so. Okay, sorry, guys and gals. We're gonna go ahead and start the vote for Seattle City Council Position 8. So we have 2 nominees. At this time, if either of the nominees would like to be a representative in the tally room, please let us know. We have no information on any pre-asks, so let Sarah Koch know. Koch know. Sorry, Sarah.
Point of order.
Yes, sir. Hi, Les.
Hi. No endorsement was not moved. It should not be on that ballot.
No endorsement on the second ballot or the first ballot?
On this ballot for council position 8, nobody moved. No
Les,
endorsement.
as per our endorsement rules, no endorsement is always an option on the first ballot. If neither candidate receives 60% on this ballot, it won't be a valid vote on the second.
Okay, I stand corrected.
It's okay. All right. I think the poll is up. Yes. Jordan, is the poll up? Okay. Got about a minute left. Mute. Just a reminder to any candidates or candidate representatives, if you want to be in the tally room, all you have to do is send a chat message to Sarah Koch, Koch, and just let her know what race you want to be added to. All right, we're getting ready for an announcement. Sorry for the delays, guys. This one was incredibly tight and we had a little snafu with the tally. Jordan?
All right, so on the second ballot, Dave Up the Grove received 166 votes to Shukri Olaw's 111, which makes 59.9%, which falls just short of the 60% threshold. So at this moment, we have not endorsed a candidate for King County Council position 5. How this works for process is if any member would like to make a motion for dual endorsement, they may do so now. We will need a motion, a second, and I believe we will go to debate.
I'd like to make a motion for a dual endorsement. This is Julie.
Thank you, Julie.
I thought we had to raise our hands.
I'm sorry.
Just a reminder, you need to raise your hand and be called on. We have a motion on the floor to have a dual endorsement for this position, King County Council, number 5. Is there a second? I have a bazillion hands. I'm going to go with Les.
I will second.
Thank you. All right, Julie, would you like to speak to your motion?
Is my hand still up?
The hand is still up. I'll lower it for you, Les.
I got it.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I think that both candidates are extremely well suited for the position. I think given the fact that our membership voted for them so closely, that they believe in them both strongly, and I think we should give them the benefit to endorse them both.
Okay, thank you. Chris, do we have a timer? Les, could you speak? Oh, sorry. Is there anyone in opposition to a dual endorsement for King County Council position 5? Any opposition? Seeing no hands yet. No hands. Any opposition to a dual endorsement for King County Council 5? All right. Okay. Let's, guess we launch that vote. This is the third ballot and you see it on screen now. 2 minutes. And again, a no vote means no endorsement for this race. Okay, this should just be a fairly quick vote here. The poll can be closed. So I'm curious, just a moment ago, did you see the poll?
I did not this time.
Okay.
No, Carla.
It is a complete mystery how that gets in there then. My point was proven wrong.
But I did see the poll for the first time. All this time I've had to text. So.
You know, technology, you know, what do we do? Just looking forward to next year when we're back in the house. And then we're going to have to probably have a Zoom voting and in-person voting. That'll be even more fun. I think we're going to go to Saturday and do an all-day festiva around our endorsements next year. All right, tell me when you're ready.
You're doing a great job, Carla.
Thanks.
You're up tonight.
I second that motion.
Oh, thanks.
Third, fourth.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for your patience. I know this is weird and kind of feels like it takes forever, but we're just trying to do it right and accurately, and we've got some close races, so. The last one, I think, I'm sure you said this, but the last one was like 59.9%, which is insane. Of course. I'm going to take this moment to just shout out for my tally crew here who have, you know, they've essentially built scripts to run against our results to try to tabulate, you know, 300 plus votes, almost 400 votes. And it's been pretty amazing, and thank them again. I think Jordan is ready.
Okay, so our dual endorsement has passed. We have, sorry, one second. Dual endorsement passes with 75% of the vote.
Okay, so we have a dual endorsement for King County Council, position 5, and we're going to, I believe, move back to Seattle City Council, position 8. Uh-oh, still clamoring in the background. Give me a second. Okay, so now again, bear with us. You know, we've got to keep making progress. So we're going to move forward to Seattle City Council position 9. And then after we do speeches, we should have the results at that point. So next, I want to hear nominations for Seattle City Council Position 9. I believe there will be lots of folks raising their hands, and I'm going to go with, I believe, Chris Porter. Would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to nominate Brianna Thomas for position 9.
Thank you.
For endorsement. Yeah.
Is there a second? I'm looking for Leah Griffin.
I believe you're looking for Max Brown.
Oh, okay, if you say so. I'm looking for Max Brown.
Hey, Carla, I'll
Max, go
second the
ahead.
nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a nomination on the floor for Brianna Thomas for Seattle City Council Position 9. Are there any other nominations? I still see some hands, so I'm going to go to Jordan Crowley.
I'd like to nominate Sarah Nelson for endorsement.
Okay. Sarah Nelson, a motion for endorsement of Sarah Nelson, City Council Position 9. And is there a second? Kathy Minch, I believe.
I second the motion to endorse Sarah Nelson.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other nominations for Seattle City Council Position 9? Any other nominations? Please pull your hand down if you aren't intending to make a nomination. And I'm going to say, Max, you're good, and Chris is good. Brendan Colding, are you? Would you like to make another nomination? Okay, I'm moving to the next person. All right, no more. Oh, Jack Eby, are you looking to make a nomination?
Yeah, move to nominate Nikita Oliver.
That's actually out of order. Nikita is not a Democrat, and we only endorse Democrats in our organization.
Okay, I will not make that movement.
All right, thank you. All right, but nice try. Anyone else? Brendan, you still have your hand up. I don't know what's going on there. Do you have a nomination? And the hand is gone. Okay. Are there any other nominations? Last call. Okay, nominations are now closed. Let's start with Chris Porter speaking 2 minutes, as you will know because you're the timer. 2 minutes yourself or yielding to the candidate.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want everyone to get behind the endorsement of Brianna Thomas, and I'll be very brief in these remarks, but very to the point. I knew her when she made a first attempt to run for office, and it was clear that she was just getting her feet wet. She is now polished, experienced, focused. She's done the work. She is ready. When we keep talking about people with lived experience, people who've done the work, who've supported the community, who's been there, that is what she's been doing. That is what she is doing. She's helped establish Build One office for the Inspector General, systematic review for the Seattle Police Department policies, led the campaign to create the first 15 minimum wage in the country, managed successful honest election campaign establishing public finance campaigns, democracy vouchers in Seattle, named one of the 15 people who should really run the town by Seattle Met Magazine. Everybody is saying, if we believe we're looking for that lived experience, fresh voices to lead the city, to help tackle those problems, this is our candidate, this is our person. Please endorse Brianna Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Is there any member or PCO who'd like to speak against the motion to endorse Brianna Thomas? Anyone wanting to speak against this motion? I'm seeing no hands. No one against this motion. Okay. Moving forward to Jordan. Would you like to have your 2 minutes or cede to the candidate?
I will take my 2 minutes. Good evening, everyone. Jordan Crawley again, second vice chair and the chair of the Platform and Legislative Action Committee. I support endorsing Sarah Nelson for City Council. Some of the candidates here tonight will frame their approach as fighting for progress, and this is a worthwhile goal, but we need leaders to realize our goals for our communities, not simply express the sentiment. That's why Sarah has the sole endorsement of the Firefighters Local 27, the Seattle King County Building and Construction Trades Council, and the Iron Workers. Many of us here tonight are hyper aware of the issues Seattle faces. All of us here tonight have expectations for aspiring leaders within our government. We expect, for example, that they will not only adopt the rhetoric of activism and justice, but act upon those principles. We expect that they will approach our social, economic, and political shortcomings with courage, integrity, and dedication. And we expect that when a global civil rights movement like Black Lives Matter fights for progress, they won't feel that our electeds on council are, in their own words, injecting misinformation into Black communities to intentionally undercut, prevent, and otherwise jeopardize Black organizing. They won't feel that our elected officials and their staff prey on their movement as, quote, live streamed entertainment and have the audacity to associate those actions with achieving racial justice. It takes bold, unequivocal action to stop cycles of injustice. We need to endorse a candidate who not only embodies these principles, but has led a life of progressivism and pragmatism, a life that demonstrates a commitment not to empty promises and co-opting movements, but to getting things done. And that candidate is Sarah Nelson, a woman who knows firsthand the struggles of entrepreneurship, a lifelong environmentalist who's worked as an advisor to City Council on environmental, transportation, and economic development policy, a mother who has spent decades loving this city and raising her children to do the same, and a candidate who represents a change our city desperately needs. Sarah Nelson deserves our endorsement.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. Is there anyone who would like to speak against the motion to endorse Sarah Nelson for Seattle City Council position 9? Anyone in opposition that would like to speak? Okay, raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, Elena Perez.
Hello, thank you. You know, I wasn't planning on speaking today. What is my time, by the way? Oh, there we go. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but frankly, I'm pretty offended that a candidate would run just an attack speech with absolutely no explanation of why we should be voting for Sarah Nelson, and to be taking information, to have the audacity to take information from another Black candidate and use that as rationale for opposing another Black woman running, I find frankly offensive. And I just absolutely am offended and strongly oppose any endorsement of Sarah Nelson. I feel like she has disqualified herself by approaching this in this way. Brianna Thomas is an excellent candidate, has so much going for her. I strongly endorse Brianna Thomas, and it's time for us to walk our talk around racial equity in this LD, and this type of divide and conquer, and using the Black movement's, a Black candidate's words against another Black woman is beyond the pale. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. That gets us into another speech for Sarah Nelson. Catherine Minch.
Okay. I know Sarah from when I staffed Councilmember Richard Conlon on salmon recovery and natural resource issues, and she led his legislative staff. I was always impressed with her intelligence, her acumen, knowledge, dedication, and foresight, and still am. In short, I think she would be extremely effective as a council member in addressing the serious issues facing Seattle, and I cede the rest of my time to Sarah.
Hello. Hello, everybody. I am a lifelong Democrat and a progressive small business owner, and I'm running to bring some practical experience leadership in this time of great change and tumult. You heard about my work in Richard Conlin's office. I also am co-owner of Fremont Brewing, and we take care of our employees by offering extensive benefits, not because we have to, but because it's the right thing to do. We were hit hard by COVID, but we managed not to lay anybody off. We kept everyone on board, increased their wages to make up for lost tips. But other businesses weren't as fortunate. And that is why economic recovery is my top priority, because for me, it's all about jobs, retaining the existing jobs we have and creating new ones through infrastructure investments, and also providing opportunities for people who've been left behind to enter the workforce. And that is why I was endorsed by the firefighters and the Building and Construction Trades Council and the ironworkers. So look, we all know that we have a lot of work to do to attain an equitable long-term economic recovery, but I don't see council acting with any urgency or plan. And so now would be a great time for a small business owner on city council. And that's what sets me apart. I'm a public servant with practical experience in the public sector, and I allocate my family's small business resources for the benefit of our economy and community and environment, and I ask for your support. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Okay, that also allows us one additional speaker against, if there is anyone. Anyone else want to speak against the nomination for Sarah Nelson? Looking for hands. Okay. No hands, so I will go ahead and let's let our campaigns into the breakout room for position 9. Again, I think Sarah's got all of the folks ready to go. So let's go ahead and launch the poll and get everyone in the tally room. And Chris, start the timer as soon as you see the poll. Please vote now.
Where's the poll?
Was
You
it
don't
just
see
me
it.
that's not seeing the poll?
No, there it is.
There it is.
Okay.
Chris, restart the timer, will you? Okay, about 45 seconds left on the 2-minute timer. I see Julie, you have your hand up?
Oh, it's because the poll didn't come up, but it's up now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for the timer to start before I vote, right?
No, you go ahead and vote.
I can vote? Oh, okay.
Yeah, as soon as you see that, poll pop up, vote away.
All right,
And
thank you.
Sure.
Carla?
Yes.
I'll vote and I'll figure out how
sorry.
to put my hand down.
What is the number to text? It didn't come up for me on the screen to vote.
It's in the participant window. It is 206 200-6526.
And Chris, it's also in the chat if you need it.
Thank you, Rachel. All right, Ivan, do you have your hand up for good reason?
He said no.
Wait, what is this? What is going on with this timer? 2:06? Chris?
It was counting up.
It was counting up, but it's been 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Poll closed, please. All right, let's see if we've got a ruling on the last race. One moment.
For the results for Seattle City Council position 8, Teresa Mosqueda got 204 votes. Martin got 51 and no endorsement for 22, meaning that Councilmember Mosqueda has been endorsed with 73.6% of the vote.
Thank you, Jordan. All right, we're getting close to mayor. Oh, wow, it's almost 9:45. I hope everybody's hanging in there. We've got 2 more must-do votes tonight. And I want everybody to think about their lives later on tonight. We also were planning to do the port, which is 3 positions, and that will probably take an hour. So later on, after we get through the mayor and King County Executive, what I'm going to need to have in order to postpone the port would be a motion from the floor to postpone or to adjourn. Someone will have to make that motion, and then we would obviously have speeches about it and do a yes/no vote. And if we are successful in that, we would move the 3 port positions into the July endorsement meeting. My apologies. That's my bedtime, actually. So think about that. If we want to, I'll go as late as we need to go. If we want to get it all done tonight, that'd be awesome. And I think we are moving at a pretty decent clip. So, we might be able to get them done, but just think about that if we want to postpone the port. All right, so at this point, I'd like to hear nominations for Seattle mayor. Please raise your hand in Zoom. And I'm going to start with Lisa Herbold. Lisa, do you have a motion?
I do indeed. I move the endorsement of Lorena Gonzalez for mayor.
Thank you. And I believe Chris, I am looking for, Chris Lampkin, are you willing to make?
I second.
Thank you so much. So we have a motion from the floor to, excuse me, to endorse Lorena Gonzalez for Seattle mayor. Are there any other nominations? I see a few more hands up. I'm going to go to Chris Weiss.
Yeah, I nominate Bruce Harrell.
Thank you. Is there a second for Chris Weiss? I mean, sorry. Chris, do you want to be mayor? Sorry about that.
No, this is James Williams. I second for Bruce Harrell. This is James Williams.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, no way do I want to be mayor.
All right, great. So we have a motion to endorse Bruce Harrell. A motion and a second to endorse Bruce Harrell. Are there any other nominations? I see Julie Whitaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. I put it up before. I didn't get the results of the last voting as to who it was for.
Because we don't have them yet.
No, I mean, he made an announcement and I thought he said position 8.
Yes, we did.
And who was that?
Mosqueda.
Mosqueda.
I believe
Okay,
we-
thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, Michelle.
Yes, thank you. I move to endorse Colleen Echo Hawk for mayor.
Okay, thank you. And is there a second? I'm going to make an assumption. Catherine Richards? Is this?
Yes, yes, I second the motion for Colleen Echo Hawk.
Okay, thank you. Great. Are there any other nominations? Let's see, Michael Epton.
I'd like to nominate Justin Farrell for mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second? Candace O'Neill.
Oh, excuse me. No, I'm voting for Colleen Echo Hawk. Excuse me.
Okay, I'm gonna take your hand down. We're good. We're
Thank
good
you,
on
thank you.
Colleen. No
Right.
problem.
I get it.
Ann Martin?
Yes, I will second the motion to endorse Justin Farrell.
Thank you, Ann. Are there any other nominations? I have one. Okay, there's a lowered hand. Any other nominations? David Toledo.
I would like to nominate Lance Randall.
Thank you, David. Is there a second for Lance Randall?
Really indicative.
I heard something, but I don't know who it was. Let's go with Phil Tavel.
I will second the nomination of Lance Randall.
Thank you. All right, Karen Richter.
I'd like to endorse Lorena Gonzalez.
We actually are good on Lorena, Karen, but thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. All right, now I see, oh goodness. My screen is jumping around. Is that Ty?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Ty. Do you have a nomination?
I do. I'd like to nominate Andrew Grant Houston for Seattle mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second for Andrew Grant Houston? Second for Andrew Grant Houston. Gonna need a second. Jack Eby?
I second
Thank
the
you.
nomination of Andrew Grant Houston.
Wow, let's get started on a bunch of speeches. Okay. Any other nominations? Oh, Barbara Lampier. Apologize if I mispronounce your name. And that has disappeared. Okay, and Ty and Phil. Okay, I see no more hands. Any more nominations for Seattle mayor? Any more nominations? All right, I'll close the nominations. Thank you, everyone. We're going to start with Lisa Herbold, speaking for Lorena Gonzalez. 2 minutes or cede your time.
Thank you so much. I am so honored to be here with you tonight to ask you to join me in supporting my colleague and fellow West Seattleite, Lorena Gonzalez, with your endorsement tonight for Mayor of Seattle. Thank you so much to the 34th District Democrats for the fantastic mayoral forum last weekend. It really drove home for me that Lorena uniquely has the experience we need to deliver for our progressive values. She has spent her entire career standing up for people without a voice and protecting our city's most vulnerable as a civil rights attorney, and now as council president. I know Lorena is ready to address our city's homelessness crisis, ensure our police are held accountable, and rebuild our economy from the COVID-19 pandemic as mayor. Lorena has been a great partner to me in advocating for the residents of District 1 by supporting a repair of the West Seattle Bridge instead of the unfunded replacement that wouldn't be completed until 2024, by working to reduce unsafe driving by maintaining the Keep It Moving Street designation on Alki Point, by expanding the successful Ready to Work program at High Point, and by dedicating funding for District 1 specific outreach to help our homeless neighbors access housing. Lorena is the only candidate for mayor that is supported by proven national leaders like Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal and HUD Secretary Julian Castro, local champions including Senator Rebecca Saldana, Representative Kirsten Harris-Talley, Representative Liz Berry, and labor unions, including grocery store workers at UFCW, hospitality workers at Unite Here, and the Teamsters Joint Council. 2 years ago, just about now, Lorena was here speaking on my behalf. She's been there for me and for our district, and she'll fight for you. And I hope you'll vote to give her our endorsement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone that would want to speak in opposition to this motion to endorse Lorena Gonzalez? Any opposition? Looking for hands. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to Chris Weiss. Chris, would you like to speak for your 2 minutes or cede your time?
Cede my time.
Okay. Bruce, are you here with us?
Are you kidding me? I wouldn't miss this role.
Yeah, if Bruce is not here, I will speak for him. This is James Williams. I'm in West Seattle. I'm at my home. I'm a huge Bruce Harrell fan. He should be mayor. If Bruce doesn't want to speak, I will speak on his behalf. Bruce, do you have something to say? Because
I will divide up some time. I want to thank you for doing this hard work on behalf of our fellow Democrats. Thank you very much. I'm trying to run our campaign the way I want to be mayor, and that is keeping it positive, inspiring hope. I have a Seattle Job Center that I will roll out. Healthcare for all, the only one that's coming out that where people are falling through the cracks. Our Race and Data Initiative will unlock all of the issues with institutional racism. We'll do a deep dive. In our homelessness problem, at a click of a tile, a click of your mouse, you'll be able to see our measurable outcomes. You know, I introduced the human rights legislation to declare us a human rights city, and so I will lead in this regard in terms of doing it the right way with individualized case management services. I've been endorsed from leaders from Congressman Strickland to Governor Locke to the first African-American Mayor Norm Rice, first African-American Police Chief Harry Bailey, NAACP leaders Carl Mack, Gerald Hankerson, and so I'm trying to represent again the diversity of our beautiful city and lead with compassion, good values, and make you all proud of me as your fellow Democrat. James, I know you're a lawyer, so I'm going to let you say a few words. James, thank you for doing that. Just don't charge us.
I'm not charging you a dime because I'm doing this for free. There are 3 reasons why you should vote for Bruce Harrell to be mayor. First is everybody in this room should want a return to normalcy in our streets. I don't care who you are. When you go downtown, you are not satisfied with what you see. And what you see is a result of the people who are certainly sitting in city council right now. I know that Bruce will do a much better job getting us back to where we should be so that people who come here are not afraid. So that people who travel here want to see Seattle in all of its beauty and glory. So that people who come here do not have the trepidation of
Time,
walking down
time,
our streets.
So
I have two more points, but I'd
No,
like to make
time,
them.
it's
That
time.
was Bruce's time. If I get,
No,
if
no,
I,
no,
No,
it's,
no, no.
it's time.
Chris,
All
let me, this is the way it works, James. So the person who makes the motion, which was Chris, ceded his time to Bruce. You seconded. So if we have a speech against, then you would have a speech for, and that would be your time.
all right, well, I will speak for, if I have a few more minutes to share my thoughts on why Bruce, I think, should be the one.
All right, well, let's see first if we have anyone who wants to speak in opposition of the nomination for Bruce Harrell. Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Okay, I see no hands. So James, you're just gonna have to hold those thoughts, but we feel your passion.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Moving on. Let's go with Michelle. Michelle, you have 2 minutes, or you can cede your time to Colleen.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna just say about 5 or 10 seconds and then yield it to Colleen. Seattle needs new leadership, and we need someone to step up as a bold leader for our city. And that's why I'm extremely proud to be supporting Colleen Echo Hawk for mayor. She's lived in Seattle for more than 2 decades, and as she would say, she loves this city. She's the change agent that Seattle needs right now. And if you haven't had a chance to meet her, I'm so excited that you have a chance right now. She's a builder. She's running on a people first platform, and she's a proven leader in housing the homeless. Now I'm going to turn it over to my friend Colleen to take it from here.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And hello, everyone. I just want to say thank you for all what you've been doing tonight. I'm so impressed with the leadership here. And I just want to say thank you. My name is Colleen Echo Hawk. I'm a daughter of the Pawnee Nation. It will be an honor for me to receive your endorsement. I've never run for office, but I'm running for mayor because I believe Seattle is ready for transformational change. Change in how we police, change in how we respond to the climate crisis, and especially change in how we deal with the humanitarian crisis of homelessness. It has been 6 years since we declared the emergency around homelessness, and the crisis has only gotten worse. It's time for proven leadership. I'm stepping up because I know that we can solve this crisis. I want to invite you to check out my website where you'll see a 22-point plan to bring everyone inside who's been outside sleeping on our streets in 14 months. My experience will ensure that we come through this COVID crisis stronger and with greater equity. I'm a small business owner. I'm a national leader in homeless advocacy, and I'm a board member for the National Low Income Housing Coalition. I also founded the National Coalition to End Urban Indigenous Homelessness. For years, I've opposed sweeps in our community, and I have been a fierce advocate for our homeless relatives. I've also been a community police commissioner for 4 years, and I stood with the Community Police Commission. I stood with our community and voted no on the Seattle Police Officers Guild contract. I'm running for mayor to be a public servant. I'm stepping up to put people first and bring a new generation of leadership, Indigenous leadership that's steeped in equity and racial justice for my community. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this motion to endorse Colleen Echo Hawk? Any opposition? All right, seeing none. Please, everyone, if there's opposition out there, get that hand up because I'm going to start moving faster. All right, next up is, Michael Epton. You have 2 minutes to speak for Justin Farrell, or you may cede your time. You're on mute, Michael. Can someone unmute Michael, please?
Unmute. I'll unmute me.
There we go.
There we go. Is Justin Farrell still online? I noticed that she was online earlier in the evening. Okay. Okay. If she's not online, if she were online, I would defer to her, but I'll wing it. I actually moved to West Seattle about 7 years ago. Prior to that, Justin was my state legislator in the 46th district, and she's a really terrific legislator. She ran for mayor in 2017. I think I voted for her back then, and I think she'd make a fine mayor. I'll just quit right there because I'm just winging this.
It's okay to wing it. I do that all the time, Michael. Thank you so much. Anyone wishing to speak against the nomination for Justin Farrell? Anyone want to speak against? Okay, moving on. We're going to go to David Toledo. Oh, sorry, David Toledo, you've got 2
Great.
minutes to speak
Yeah,
on
I'm speaking.
to speak on behalf of your nomination for Lance. Randall,
Yes.
excuse me, Prince Randall.
Yeah, I'm speaking on. Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of Lance Randall. I would like to actually speak for a minute and then I'll turn it over to Phil Tavel, if that's okay. I've heard twice tonight is that we as a district need to walk the talk. In West Seattle, things are very nice for us. So you've made me may have heard this. My heart really is with what's going on in the Central District and Rainier Valley with the skyrocketing murder rates of other young Black men. If we are truly a family as a city and Democrats, we need to be worrying about what's happening in other districts as well. And although we've got great candidates, we need candidates to understand what it's young Black man. And Lance Randall is tied to the community, artistic roots, youth development roots, and economic development roots. He's a great candidate. Over to Phil so he can talk a little bit about him, but we got to walk the talk, guys.
I just want to say that this city has been suffering from a lot of the same problems now for many years, and we need to try something different to fix it. I met Lance Randall back in February, and I was incredibly impressed by him. He was the executive director of Southeast Effective Development, and he built houses for people who need it in parts of the city that need it. He brought the Rock and Roll Marathon here. He brought a computer programming school to the Seattle Center. He worked with the Office of Economic Development for several years, and he's got an incredible idea for a dignity project to get people off the street and into services and with help now. So take a look at Lance Randall, look at his website, think about him. He offers a change that is new, and he's an impressive man.
Thank you so much. Anyone want to speak against this nomination? Anyone wanting to speak against? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Ty. Ty Abreu made a motion to nominate, sorry, starting to lose my words. Her motion is for Andrew. Oh gosh, what is wrong with me?
Carla, I cede my time to Andrew, if that's what you're gonna ask.
Perfect, yes, thank you. Andrew Grant Houston, you have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. So I am coming here today to ask for your endorsement for many of the reasons that I agree at a time in a crossroads. That
Andrew, your audio is breaking up really, really badly. You want to try? Is there anything you can rejigger?
Or if you'll
You want
just
to try
pause
it again?
if you'll pause the.
Or if you turn off your video, it might get better.
Yeah, that's good. Good thought.
Sorry, will you pause my time at 1:30? Can we go back a little bit?
Yeah, we'll let you go over.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Does this sound all right?
Yes, much better.
Great. So I am running in this moment for many of the reasons that have already been discussed. We need change from what's going on. We have been dealing with the same issues since long before I came here, for now years, going on decades. And we need to be the city that we say we are. One of the main reasons that I moved here was to help build housing. And it has been one of the most frustrating experiences that I've had as an architect, knowing that we are in a housing crisis and we are in a homelessness crisis. And so knowing those things and knowing that we have less than 10 years to address the climate crisis right now is why I believe that I am the best candidate for mayor. And I have received a number of endorsements, including the national movement Run for Something, as well as the local Washington Stonewall Democrats, and also community members of West Seattle, including architect Matt Hutchins and Tiffany McCoy, the advocacy director of Real Change. It is something where most of our problems here come down to housing justice, where homes are allowed to be or aren't, how many we have or don't, and how much they cost. And I believe that if we are going to be the city that we say we are, we actually need to create new systems, not simply reform the systems that we have in order to create a new path to achieve so much of what we want. I understand that our systems now can be improved and changed to make us more sustainable as a city, not just environmentally or economically, but culturally. And so if you are looking for a candidate who's going to bring that change and has clear plans on how to bring that change about and is committed to serving 2 terms, then I am your candidate. I believe it's time for a mayor of action, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Okay, that is the last motion for endorsement or motion to endorse. So we will wrap up the speeches and get ready to go into breakout rooms. There are a few, I believe, folks who have asked to get into the breakout room for the mayor poll. We can do that now, Sarah. And Jordan, you can go ahead and launch the poll. We'll get that straight, give you a minute or so, and then I think we have some results.
Okay, so for the Seattle City Council position 9 race, Brianna Thomas had 176 votes, Sarah Nelson 87, and no endorsement 19, meaning that Brianna Thomas has been endorsed with 62.4% of the vote.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Brianna. All right. I think we've got probably a little bit longer. This ballot, obviously, we've got multiple candidates. Will be interesting if we get to 60% on this one. So get ready for a second ballot. That's probably going to happen. And we are all caught up with results. So I think, hang on, let me check with my team really quick here. We might be able to start the big one. All right, so we're going to wait until we close the poll and then get ready for speeches, nominations and speeches for the King County executive race. All right. And again, I want you guys thinking about, you know, we might have a couple of, we might have another ballot for the mayor's race. We probably will. The executive race will probably be a substantial amount of time as well, although we know there's only 2 candidates. I am perfectly fine to go later in the evening to cover our 3 port races if the body wants to do that. Again, I think we are, those are all generally 2 candidate races, so they should go fairly quickly as well. We probably could wrap this up fairly quickly. So just be thinking about that.
It's been 2:30.
Okay, closing up the poll. So here we go. I'd like to hear nominations for King County Executive. I'm going to start out with Janine Anzalota.
We're actually going to hear from Jeff.
My fault.
No problem.
it was programmed in my name, in my brain, and I. have to
Raise
recycle.
hands.
All right. Let's start with Jeff. Jeff, please. Yes, we need to get back to raising our hands. I do know, I know who these speakers are, so we probably don't need to worry about that too much. I'm going to call on Jeff Spey. I believe he has a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to nominate Senator Joe Nguyen for our nomination for King County Executive.
Thank you. And is there a second? Janine, are you the second?
Yes, apologies, Madam Chair. Yes, I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other?
This is James Williams. I also second that for Joe Nguyen.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other motions from the floor for King County Executive? I believe I need to go to Jimmy Mata, Mayor Mata.
Good evening, fellow Democrats. I'd like to nominate Dow Constantine.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second? I believe we need to go to Joe Fitzgibbon.
Thanks. I'll second the nomination for Dow Constantine.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Any other motions for endorsement for King County Executive? All right, nominations are now closed. Let's start with Jeff Spey. You have 2 minutes unless you'd like to cede to the candidate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to cede to the candidate.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's been an honor to serve as your state senator here in the 34th District, and I'm especially proud of all the incredible victories we've had in the legislature, especially this year, passing historic bills on the issues we've been fighting for decades to accomplish. And it was a difficult decision to run for King County Executive, and not one that I took lightly. But looking at how our community and our region have changed over the last 12 years, I saw the need for change right here at home. The county executive's office is responsible for implementing critical social services programs and has the ability to address our most pressing issues: climate change, transit, housing, criminal justice, homelessness, all issues that are deeply impacting our communities. And in King County, we've been treading water for too long. 6 years after declaring homelessness an emergency, the problem has only gotten worse. The Seattle Times had an article this weekend that said we could have addressed youth homelessness, but the county didn't follow through. And in the last 12 years, inequities have risen dramatically. We now spend 10 times more on detaining our communities than we do on human services. 73% of the county general fund goes towards our criminal legal system. It hasn't always been this way, and it doesn't have to continue like this either. We are living the consequences of leadership that is reactive, not proactive, and we cannot afford to go back to business as usual. Our future is now. Homelessness isn't waiting. Climate change isn't waiting. Racial inequities aren't waiting. And despite the success at the state level, so many of our most pressing issues all rely on local implementation to be solved and are directly overseen by the executive. We need leaders now who have the political will and the urgency to drive us forward. I know we can transform the way we work in Martin Luther King County because we did it in the legislature, but it takes action and not just words. I know what it takes to lead, and I'd be honored to have your support.
Thank you, Senator. Is there anyone who would speak against the motion to endorse Joe Nguyen for King County Executive? I do need to see some hands on this one, guys and girls. Okay, I do see one hand. Grace, are you wanting to speak against the nomination of Joe Nguyen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you see me or hear me?
We can hear you well.
Okay. I definitely appreciate Joe and all he's done as a senator, and I wish that he would stay in that position. I serve on a King County board, and I know how important it is that we have legislation at the state level that directs our policies. And so I would really wish that he would stay in that position and affect what we do in King County by establishing the state policies at the state level. And it's a tough choice, I know, but I really appreciate Joe, and I wish he would stay as our state senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will go to Janine Anzalota to speak to your in support.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The County Executive's Office is responsible for implementing critical social service programs and has the ability to address our most pressing issues. We cannot afford to go back to business as usual. Our future will be determined by the way we respond to the challenges we are facing in this moment, where we are still facing a pandemic. So many of our most pressing issues all rely on local implementation to be solved and are directly overseen by the executive. We know what needs to be done. We've spent millions of dollars studying solutions. What we need now is leaders with political will and the urgency to drive us forward, particularly now as we begin pandemic recovery. Joe's experience ties together representative leadership and direct executive experience. As a state senator for our 34th legislative district, Joe brings bold, progressive, and community-based leadership to his governance. We need to make room for leaders with the lived experiences of our communities, facing our most pressing issues, racism, poverty, homelessness, etc. Joe has all of that lived experience, the work experience, and the community relationships to lead in new and innovative ways that center the needs of our most vulnerable communities. Joe brings urgency that he will apply to actions locally. As one of your exec committee members and a PCO for Burien, a city whose vulnerable populations face many pressing issues, I urge the 34th to endorse Senator Nguyen for King County Executive. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Is there any member or PCO that would like to speak against this motion? Second speech against. How do I do this? Sorry. Chris Porter?
Oh, let me start the timer, sorry.
You have two jobs, Chris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It is difficult for me to speak against the nomination for endorsement of a person of color who's done so much, but there are a few things that are a bit troubling. One is, with all the good intention, Senator Nguyen signed a letter with other Republicans to open the state earlier in the face of an emerging pandemic, which goes against science and the best advice of our world-renowned public health system. But apart from that, if it's his impression that the work is done and it's time to move on, he is wrong. We voted for him because he was going to go to Olympia with very strong ideas, and the work is not complete. There still is school reform that needs to happen. There are still Black males who are still in an opportunity gap that the state has the power, those legislators have the power to stop. They have the power to reinvent schooling so that the school to prison pipeline is interrupted and stopped. Senator Nguyen has a term that he needs to complete, and I'd love to see him finish what he has started. It is naive to believe that all work is done. There's just as much work that he can exact and change and do at the state level that I would love to see him complete and finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chris. All right, speeches for Senator Nguyen are now over. Moving over to Mayor Mata, who will speak for his motion to nominate Dow Constantine.
Yes,
Again, 2 minutes. I think everybody knows 2 minutes tonight. Now, do I have to keep saying that? 2 minutes if you want to see this.
Right. Thank you. I'd like to cede my time to Dow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored to be before the 34th District Democrats tonight, an organization that I've consistently nurtured and helped build since I myself was chair. When COVID arrived here in King County, I took swift, decisive action. We led with science and reason and saved thousands of lives. As we emerge from the pandemic, I'm bringing that same clarity and resolve to the toughest challenges and uniting our region for an economic recovery where everyone can thrive. We're taking bold action on homelessness, moving thousands of chronically homeless people off the streets this year with the services to restore their lives. And through my Best Starts for Kids initiative, we've kept 10,000 children and families safely housed, the most comprehensive early childhood program in the nation that we created. This housing crisis, made worse by the pandemic, requires both compassion and the proven ability to drive real change. We're improving public safety and public trust by investing in gun violence prevention and collaboration with communities to create real safety. I've asked community leaders to work with me as we appoint a new sheriff, accountable to me, to the council, and to the people. We're helping kids stay in school, graduate, and avoid the criminal legal system. And I've succeeded in driving down youth detention from nearly 90 youth a night when I took office to 9 this morning, 9 in a county of 2.3 million people. I'm taking urgent action on climate, leading the fight for regional light rail and converting Metro to an all-electric fleet. And there is more exciting progress to come. I am so grateful for the endorsements of Governors Inslee, Gregoire, and Locke, Representatives Joe Fitzgibbon and Eileen Cody, Councilmember Joe McDermott, the MLK Labor Council, healthcare workers, firefighters, the building trades, Washington conservation voters, and the Alliance for Gun Responsibility. My commitment to public service was instilled in me by my parents who are here with us tonight, the retired public school teachers. And Shirley and I are raising our daughter in the same West Seattle neighborhood where I grew up. Let's keep working together to help all King County families thrive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We had a little extra time there for you, but that's okay because we were switching people. Not a huge deal. Thank you so much. Now we'll move over to any speeches against this nomination for Dow Constantine. Speeches against. Okay, I see Jim Gunther. I'm going to move to Jesse Boucher. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name, Jesse. Sorry about that.
You got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. 16 years is too long for any one person to lead King County. We shouldn't want Dow to serve a 4th term. King County is a dynamic region that has seen tremendous change over the last 50 years, which is why no King County executive has ever served more than 3 terms. Voters know leadership must change to meet the challenges of the moment, and the last 12 years have clearly shown that it's time for change. In the middle of the housing crisis, Dow pushed to give almost $150 million in tax breaks to the Mariners, who have a billionaire owner, instead of using that money to build more housing and provide services to people experiencing homelessness. King County spends over 73% of its general fund on criminal justice instead of investing in our communities, and Dow championed the building of the new youth jail instead of investing in social services. The pandemic recovery has been great for people who could already navigate our health systems. For those who don't speak English or don't have access to technology, the process has been unjust. Our communities here in the 34th, in White Center where I live, and Burien have been some of the hardest hit areas in all of King County and left behind in our recovery process. Dow likes to tout high vaccination numbers while failing to acknowledge that the majority of people who have been vaccinated are white, while the areas of the county with the highest positive cases are in South King County, which is where communities of color live. Dow set climate goals back in 2015 and our county is nowhere near reaching them. We cannot afford to continue dropping the ball on addressing climate change. We need a leader with the urgency and effectiveness to make change on the issues we've been waiting for more than a decade. No more platitudes, no more broken promises. I urge you to endorse Joe Wynn.
Okay, thank you, Jesse. All right, we're going to go back to Joe Fitzgibbon, I believe, for the next speech for the motion to endorse.
Thanks, Carla. You know, I find it easy to forget the situation that King County faced back in 2009 when the county was in a the worst budget crisis it had ever experienced due to rapidly rising healthcare costs and a county tax code that didn't keep pace with the need for critical public services. Criminal justice costs had grown to the point where 90% of the county general fund was going to criminal justice, and devastating transit cuts were on the horizon. Today, King County is universally recognized as the best run government in Washington state. Instead of transit cuts, King County has expanded Metro bus service countywide with 2 rapid ride lines in the 34th district alone and 1 more on its way. Criminal justice has gone from 90% of the county general fund to 70%, and it's on its way downward. Dow is known in Olympia as the local elected official who knows how to work with the legislature and with regional partners to get things done. I saw this in 2015 when he led the successful fight to get the legislature to authorize Sound Transit to go to the ballot with light rail for West Seattle, and again in 2016 when he led the coalition to pass it at the ballot. During Dow's tenure in office, transit ridership has increased faster in our region than anywhere in the United States, further cementing our regional climate leadership. The New York Times reported in March that Seattle had the lowest COVID death rate of any large US metro area, and that if every metro area had matched our success at fighting the pandemic, over 300,000 lives would have been saved nationwide. That's because Dow and his partners in state and local government listened to public health experts and resisted political pressure to reopen before it was safe. I am not here to criticize my colleague, Senator Joe Nguyen. He has played a valuable role in Olympia fighting for equity and for progressive tax reform, and I'm proud of the wins that we've secured over the last 3 sessions. And I'm proud that the 34th has provided our county and our state with 2 strong and courageous leaders in Joe and Dow. But our county needs and deserves the skilled and principled leadership that Dow has brought to bear in one of the toughest jobs in public service. And I'm honored to ask for your vote to endorse his reelection.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I think I need Marlene Albright for the final speech against the motion to endorse Dow Constantine.
Yes. Okay, there I am, I believe. It's remove spotlight. What is that? How do I do that?
We're not really seeing much of anything, so you can just go right ahead. Just go ahead and speak.
Okay. In the 12 years since Dow has been in office, I can't read this. In the 12 years since Dow has been in office, income inequality has risen dramatically. We now spend 10 times more to detain our communities than we do on human and community services. It's been 6 years since Dow and Ed Murray declared a state of emergency on homelessness. We've created plans and set goals for decades to address homelessness, but the issues have only gotten worse. 2 years ago, Dow promised to end youth homelessness by 2021, but the percentage of homeless youth housed in 2020 remained unchanged from before the campaign, 31%, making up less than 1,000 people, more than 10% of whom will likely become homeless again in 6 months if past trends hold. In only 14 months, FDR was able to implement the Social Security Act. During the worst depression in recent history, he was able to create the great safety net that millions and millions of people use today. As Martin Luther King said, the tranquilizing drug of gradualism is a luxury we cannot afford. Last year, Dow promised to create an anti-racism crisis response Bill of Rights in response to demands from the public to address systemic racism. That document has never been created. And just yesterday, we saw how the county disproportionately rewards white firms with contracts at the county, including Dow's friends who have reaped rewards. We can't have someone who just says they are going to do things and continually fail to meet the moment. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. right, that's the end of the speeches for the King County Executive endorsement. I think at this point, we want to do some results. Jordan?
Yep, so for Seattle mayor, per our rules, when there are many candidates on that first ballot, the top 2 candidates receiving votes move to the second ballot if no candidate receives 60%, and no candidate did. Our top 2 vote getters were Councilmember Lorena Gonzalez and Bruce Harrell. So I will go ahead and launch that second ballot with those 2 candidates.
Thank you. And then after we get through this ballot, we will, I guess, move forward with King County executive ballot. About 30 seconds left. Oh no, sorry, we're counting upwards. We got about a minute and a half.
No, it's going down.
Oh, it is going down. I'm sorry. This is what my eyes are doing at this point in the evening. Okay. I'm losing my mind. All right, we've got 80% voted. All right, 308 of 375. I still can't believe we have 375 people on this call. This will probably be a first in my lifetime. Just so you know, what we're going to do is once we close this poll, we will then launch the poll for our King County race. After that poll closes, we're going to need to take a few minutes break, and obviously we'll have 2 pretty big tallies to be doing. I want you guys to be thinking about, do we want to continue? At that point, we'll probably be at 10:45. I am totally fine and caffeined up. I can make this go another, hopefully we could do it in maybe 40 minutes, the 3 port races. But I also don't want everyone to decide that they can't stay up and then we get down to a small number of people voting. That's really not fair either. I want our endorsements to have lots of voting, and I don't want to have a small group deciding those. So I will go either way, whatever the will of the body is. Okay, launching King County. And I'm going to take this opportunity to walk away for just a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, so we've got our two ballots are in the tally group now. What I'd like to do is to measure the sentiment of the room, the virtual room, on whether we stay and keep going. Regardless, we're going to have to figure out, we're going to have to get through the mayor, we're going to have to get through King County. So those are must-haves. So it's not like we're dropping in 5 minutes, because we do have to get through those votes. But the suggestion that I would have, and this is just a poll for sentiment, and if the poll looks good, then we'll do an official motion and make it all official for Robert's rules. But what I'd like to see is get everybody in and looking for their check and plus and yes and no buttons in reactions. And if you would stay after King County is wrapped up, if you would stay, and don't vote yet, I'll say when. If you would stay and get through our 3 port races, 2 candidates each, we'll have speeches, nominations. I would think, maybe 30 to 40 minutes potentially. If you would stay, I want you to vote a check or a yes. If you are going to drop, then put in or click no or X. And what that will mean, if we do this again, just to remind everyone, is that in July, we would carry those 3 port races over to the July endorsements, of which we have 3 school board and then potentially some down ballot races as well to endorse in the July meeting. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say, go ahead and vote. Yes, you'll stay and do port, or no, it's time for bed. Please vote now. The other little piece of business I need to do here, there is, what's the last name again of the guy that has 2 votes? Heavey? I think it's Michael Heavey. Michael, you have 2 people in our room. I suspect. I suspect it's probably 2 people and just the same name. I need you to rename yourself because I can't have 2 votes coming in from the same person. Dow, were you trying to say something?
It's Michael Heavey Sr. and Michael Heavey Jr. Michael Heavey Sr. and Jr.
No way. Okay, understood. Got it.
What are the chances?
Carla, it's Julie. I don't have a vote thing up.
Okay, well, I don't control that. It's in your Zoom and you've got to find your buttons. Click on reactions at the bottom of the screen.
It just gives me.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute, Julie. You're gonna have to.
Okay, it's not working.
Well,
mine is actually under participants. My
Okay.
vote is under participants.
Oh, thank you, Lois. Might want to look under participants menu, Julie.
And I raised my hand, but that's all it's got. I don't have the vote to whether we stay to
Okay,
do the
so
port.
When you can't vote using the tools, what do? You got to text your vote to Dawn.
Okie doke.
Thank you. All right. Well, the sentiment of the room is that we're all going to bed. We've got 155 folks saying it's time to call it a night, and 45 saying they would stay. And I really don't want to do votes with 45 people. So thank you for participating. We will. So I need someone, maybe someone from my board, to make a motion to postpone the balance of the agenda after the King County Council vote is concluded. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved. Roxanne Thayer.
Okay, thank you. And a second, please.
Second from James Williams.
Second.
Thank you, James. James Williams is the second. Roxanne Thayer is the motion. All right. Are we going to play this game again? I'm going to call the, at this point, the parliamentary gods can come down and strike me down, but I'm going to call this vote that we just did in the yes, no, the vote for that. We're kind of doing it retroactively. Hopefully that's okay and no one gets mad at me. So we will move forward with that and end our evening after the King County Council race.
King County executive race?
What did I say? You know what I mean, Anne. It's 10:45. I got up at quarter to 5 this morning.
I was just hoping there wasn't one that I didn't know about.
No. And if you didn't know that a race was going on, the world would be ending. So, no, King County executive, thank you.
Okay, results are in for the mayor's second ballot. Neither candidate received 60% of the vote. So again, for procedure's sake, that means that we have not endorsed a candidate for mayor. So at this time, if a member would like to make a motion for dual endorsement, now would be the time to do so.
I move for no endorsement.
Chris Porter, second.
This is James Williams. I move for dual endorsement.
This is Roxanne Thayer, a second dual endorsement.
Okay, hold up, guys.
Second, no endorsement.
Guys, hold up. We're going way
So-
too fast and we're way out of order here.
Yeah, so let's hold on for a
Point of
second.
order.
So the status of the vote right now is no endorsement. So a motion for no endorsement makes no sense. So either someone makes a motion for dual endorsement and someone else seconds it, or nothing happens. So if we have a motion for dual endorsement and we
You
have
do.
another voting member who will second
You
that,
you
then-
have that.
I understand, but we had
This is James
some people
Williams. I
shouting
made a
out for no
motion
endorsement, so I
for
wanted to
dual
clarify things.
endorsement and someone else.
Thank you, James.
I'm gonna
I'm
have
trying to
to-
clarify things.
I'm
at
gonna
the
put
moment, so
everybody on mute again. Guys, come on, we gotta have some order here.
motions for no endorsement are not appropriate this time because that is the current status of our endorsement.
That's right.
We are currently at no endorsement. So
Okay.
if someone would like to make a motion for dual endorsement and someone else
Yes,
would like
James
to,
Williams
James,
makes-
hold on one second, please. And if someone else would like to second that motion, then we can proceed with a dual endorsement vote.
Please do not interrupt when our people are talking. That is completely unacceptable. I will entertain I can't even talk at this point. I will entertain a motion to dual endorse. We've got 7,000 people with their hands up. All right. Oh, all the hands went back down. Barb Wilson. Thank you for following directions and raising your hand. Do you have a motion? Barb Wilson, you have 10 seconds. All right, moving on to Annie Olson. Annie, do you have a motion? All right, folks, don't put your hand up if you don't, you're not going to unmute yourself. Tia Hallberg, do you have a motion?
I just unmuted. Yes, I'd like to make a motion for dual endorsement.
Okay, now that means, oh, I need a second, please.
James Williams, I second it.
Thank you, James. All right, so we have, that means that we're going to trigger the third ballot. The third ballot is a yes or no ballot. Yes is dual endorsement. No is no endorsement, which is where we are right now.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I have my hand raised there for a bit. I would like to find out whether or not there are speakers for and against regarding dual endorsement.
Oh, my fault. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you
so much. Trying to rush us through, my fault.
No problem.
Okay. I believe it was Tia that made the endorsement. Hallberg, would you like to speak to your motion? Ms. Hallberg, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, the percentage of votes was split, and I think it indicates that we need to support both of those candidates who led.
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to speak against making a dual endorsement?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't believe that the vote was announced, that what the percentages were.
Jordan, can you do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Neither, I said neither candidate reached 60%. Lorena Gonzalez had 167, Bruce Harrell 121, which means that Gonzalez had 58% of the vote.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully everybody got that. Let's see where we were. Anyone want to make a speech against dual endorsement for mayor?
Oh, I love his stupid little face.
Chair, I would like to speak in opposition to a duel.
Okay, Christopher, you go right ahead.
Christopher.
Good, very late evening, 34th Dem siblings. My name is Chris Lampkin. I'm a new resident in the 34th. Super excited to be here. Slightly upset we're not in person as I live right next to Fauntleroy Hall. Given the tally, I think sending a duel sends a mixed message given the strong support for Council President Gonzalez. Nothing against former Council President Harrell, like him as a person very much, but Council President Gonzalez, especially in this pandemic, has really shown up for my members of healthcare, SEIU Healthcare 1199 Northwest in the pandemic. She has been proactive and super supportive of our members as they put their lives on the line to keep us safe and alive. She has stood up against big systems to hold our employers accountable. She has helped our workers organize and overcome the fear. And most important to me, as a labor movement where we have said we can't win racial justice without economic justice, she has been a real partner in not just saying, yes, we need to be about equity. She's been a real partner to say, let's do the work and figure out how we navigate a system that is not made for people who look like us to be able to get liberation, to get justice, and actually make sure that it stands the legal challenges that the people who we all agree are our enemies will fund and try to dismantle the power and the progress that we have built. So that is why I rise, metaphorically speaking, in opposition of a duel when it is clear there is such strong support for my friend, our champion, Council Member Gonzalez.
Thank you. Very good. And back to speeches for a dual endorsement.
Yeah, this is James Williams. I'd like to rise in support of a dual endorsement. You know, I like
To raise your hand.
May I speak?
Yes, you are. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. And I apologize for the lateness of the hour, but I'll just say, you know, I like Lorena and Bruce. I know them both personally. I like them both personally, but Bruce is the right guy, right person for this job. I started talking about, you know, his view of how we should return to normalcy in Seattle, and I think it's a big deal. No, we have a city that has streets that are unnavigable. People don't feel comfortable going downtown. We got to do something about that. We have to have a return to what it was like before people didn't feel scared to go downtown. I believe Bruce is the guy, the person who has the ability to do that. The second thing is Bruce also has humanity in his perspective. He is looking forward to having an administration.
Mr. Williams, I'm sorry. You're actually speaking for your candidate, and this is actually, you need to speak in favor of doing a dual endorsement.
And that's why I say a dual endorsement, because I think Bruce and Lorena are great candidates, and we should vote for both of them. I think Bruce also is someone who has the skills to deliver what we need. So I will leave it at that. I think Bruce and Lorena both should get our endorsement from West Seattle. I think both of them have a lot to offer. I don't think we ought to choose between the two, and we should be supporting both. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And one last speech against, anyone against, excuse me, anyone want to speak against the dual endorsement? I'm going to go with Paul Fishberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll turn my camera on.
It's up to you. If you're in your pajamas, you can leave it off. It's totally fine.
Actually, I'm having trouble finding. There it is. Okay. I want to speak against a dual endorsement. I put into the chat the question, what was the tally on the first vote? We had 5 candidates and no one got 60%. So the second ballot was the top 2. But I'm thinking that the membership spread their vote pretty wide between all 5 candidates. And so the second ballot was not actually a reflection of the membership. So I think a dual endorsement might not really be a reflection. And if it's possible, I'd like to know the percentages for the candidates of the first ballot before we vote for a dual endorsement.
Sure,
Thanks.
yeah, that's a fair question. Thank you for that. Jordan, can you read the results of the first ballot with all candidates and each percentage for that? I think that's a fair ask.
Can we put it on screen?
It's not in really a format that we would put it on screen. The candidates are allowed to come in and look at it on screen, but we don't make that public. And the ballot, the tally, the poll in Zoom does have a way to show the results, but we have to basically, just so you guys know, this is not easy stuff here. We have to take all the votes and then we put them through basically a filter against our membership. And we have to sort out any votes that are not good votes. That's what's going on in the background here. And it just takes time. And it's not something that we can just throw up on screen. It's not really in a format that would make sense to everyone. So I'm happy to have him read off the percentages though.
I was suggesting maybe somebody that can see those poll results on their screen could maybe just screenshot them and then put them into a PDF or something, and then you could just scroll through them. But if you want to just read
going to
them.
report the percentages. So Lorena Gonzalez had 99 votes, which was 36.4%. Bruce Harrell had 64 votes, which was 23.5%. Colleen Echohawk had 52, which was 19.1%. Justin Farrell had 26, which was 9.6%. Lance Randall had 9, which was 3.3%. Andrew Grant Houston had 7, which was 2.6%. And no endorsement had 15, which was 5.5%. No candidate hit 60%, and no candidate even hit 40%. So we went to a second ballot.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes. Who's speaking?
Can we hear the vote totals of other duly endorsed positions that have been voted on tonight, namely King County position 5. The second ballot where we were
Point of-
considering
point of order
dual
relevance.
endorsement.
Point of order
We reviewed
relevance.
those vote tallies. So King
Yeah,
County, so for that second ballot, it
Relevance,
was
no
166
relevance.
to 111, and it was 59.9% of the vote. We reviewed those figures during that vote, or after that.
Sorry, Jordan, I just muted everybody. I'm tired of people chiming in. Can you unmute yourself and continue?
Yeah, so the second ballot for King County position 5 was 166 to 111, which meant that it was 59.9% of the vote for the candidate who received the most votes. So it fell just shy of the 60% mark. But I'm not sure how that's relevant to this vote. So I believe that was the last speech against dual endorsement.
Yes.
So I can launch that poll now.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a point of clarification, please.
Go right ahead.
I'd like to know if this body votes no endorsement tonight, would we have an opportunity? You said that there's another endorsement meeting for some school board positions and possibly the port positions. So I'd like to know if we'd have an opportunity to reconsider this endorsement at a later date.
I'm going to have to probably call on my smart people in the background, but I know for sure we would not be reconsidering anything before the primary. I think if certain things happen in the primary, I think there's opportunity to do something to weigh in again after the primary, but I don't know that it would fit this circumstance.
Thank you.
I have a question too. So if we do no endorsement now after the primary, then our potential candidate could get the sole endorsement?
Oh boy. Okay. Go ahead.
So choosing no endorsement this time around would mean that the 34th Democrats have no endorsed candidate in the race. So post primary, we would still have no endorsed candidate in the race. And per our endorsement rules, if we have no endorsed candidate in a race, we are allowed to reconsider endorsements for that race. So short answer, yes. Post primary, we would be able to reconsider.
And that's just for this scenario. It doesn't work that way for every scenario, does it?
If we will, so far every other scenario, we have an endorsed candidate.
Okay.
So this looks like it will be the only circumstance where we have no endorsed candidate, if that's the way this dual endorsement vote goes.
Tia, do you have a question?
Yes, my question is, if we don't have any endorsed candidate, if we do not dual endorse, we do not have a candidate before the primary. And we've got a slew of mayoral candidates. I think that we do have two really good choices. And that if we endorse both of these candidates, we are at least supporting either one of them. In that primary.
I'm sorry, Tia, we've already had 2 speeches for, 2 speeches against. We need to go ahead and vote. Have you launched the poll?
Carla, I have a point of order. This is Sarah Koch.
Yes.
So I want to make a clarification on that's relevant to this discussion right now. In terms of reconsideration at a later date, it is only in previously endorsed races. It is not actually applicable to races where there is no endorsement.
Thank you. All right. Okay, launching the dual endorsement poll. Please vote quickly. Do we? It's fine. We also have results for King County Executive. Get ready.
So for the final vote tally for King County, Dow Constantine received 207 votes, Joe Nguyen 87, and no endorsement 2, meaning that Executive Constantine has been endorsed with 70% of the vote.
Okay, thank you, Jordan. Okay. So that one is wrapped up, and now we're just going to finalize the mayor third ballot. And 11 o'clock it is. If I have Port folks on, I'm so sorry. You know, I'm really sorry that we did not get to do those races tonight. When we were planning this meeting out, Jordan had the math going crazy, and we looked at it, and we were fairly confident we'd have a almost 6-hour meeting if we did the Port. I wanted to try it. I know now that was probably way too aggressive for an evening meeting. So I apologize that you sat here and patiently waited for your time, and now we're going to punt you down the road. I really, really apologize for that. It will be the first thing we do in July. And thank you again thank you for being here and seeking our endorsement. And I hope you will come back and see us again next month. All right, I think we're about at 2 minutes. Let's lock that poll down, and we should be able to get some results here. Oh my goodness, this is tight. Oh goodness. Well, hang on. Get your jammies on, brush your teeth, come back, and we should have results.
I think everybody should say a nice silent thank you to Carla and Jordan and Sarah and Rachel for doing an amazing job tonight. I appreciated it. Thank you.
Feel free to say it out loud if you want to.
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Second that. Second that.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Carla.
Good job. Thank you.
I'm getting you a
Awesome
bottle.
job, guys. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tequila's coming your way.
Super job.
Thank
super
you.
job.
Well
Great
done.
job. Great job, Carla.
I'm raising my hand.
Great
Carla.
job.
Good job.
Very good work.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, you
Good
guys are-
job.
Great
This
job.
doesn't-
Wouldn't want to be you, but great job. I can tell you best run meeting so far.
I'll second that motion.
Oh, thank you. I love that. The amount of planning that went into this was pretty crazy, and we watched a couple of other endorsement meetings, and we all sat down and took notes so that we made sure we didn't do the things that went wrong in those meetings. So I think we actually did come up with a pretty good plan, and nothing's ever perfect, and you know these things are hard. So thanks for your patience, and thanks for waiting through all of these different tallies and everything else we've done tonight. So we'll get to do it one more time next month. It shouldn't be nearly as long and painful, but I feel now that I've done it, so I won't be half as nervous as I was today.
Good job, Carla.
Thank you.
And you should know that at no point did I ever want to stick my head into an oven.
That's a good sign, Phil.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, amazing, amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Are we getting close? Yep. Need another minute or two. I'm just going to look at all these awesome comments. Man, you guys are super sweet. Thank you. Oh, I'll say something. I actually have some things I can talk about. So I want everybody, you know, again, we talked about this at the beginning of the meeting. We have lots of good things planned for the rest of this year. We're going to obviously be doing a lot of getting out the vote, but we've got other things going on as well. One of which is we are planning a 34th reunion picnic. We're actually going to get back together at Lincoln Park in
Yay!
We have reserved the Big Nice Shelter down on the water at Lincoln Park on September 18th. It's a Saturday. We don't have all the details yet, but we'll probably we'll bring some food and hopefully maybe have folks bring sides or something like that. And I'm hoping to get all the candidates, all of our endorsed candidates there, and so you can talk with them and encourage them in their, I'm sure they will be exhausted by then, but please mark your calendars for September 18th, as I would love to see everyone. And I hope by then, you know, we may even not have to wear a mask, but I'm not going to hold my breath for that. Masks will be a-okay, as will just general excitement to be back together with people that we miss a lot. So that is one good announcement for the evening. Anything yet, guys? It is ridiculously close, folks. Ridiculously close. It is probably going to come down to how many votes we have to kick out. Yes, Lincoln Park is the jam. And I hope it's a beautiful, beautiful day so we can look at the water and hang out and just have some good community.
Looks like Ivan has a question.
Oh, thank you. I had forgotten to look at the participants. Ivan, what do you got?
About the picnic, Carla. The one thing that made in the past has made our picnics more popular than any other LD's picnics is the standing rule that we established: no speeches. This got the candidates out there. They could just talk to the voters and the activists who get out the vote without having to stand there and make a speech. And it helped make our picnics among the best attended in the county.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that. That's great. Thank you for sharing that. And I think that's also a great way to make it more casual. You know, when you have, speeches, it just feels so much more formal. And I would like it to be a very casual atmosphere and have a good vibe.
All right, then the thing to do will be to get out the word "no speeches."
Okay.
Hey, I second that, Ivan.
All right, Chris.
I was going to say, preach it, Brother Weiss.
Hey, nice job tonight, Chris.
Thank you.
Hey, Chris, you're sharing your screen still?
Yeah, you can probably kill that.
We can all see your emails.
Oh. Well, we don't want to see your desktop either.
Steve got his hand up. Steve got his hand up.
I just want to say, make sure we get shelter number 3 if we can.
I've already reserved it. It's a done deal.
Cool. Very good.
Carla, when is the next 34th meeting, Zoom meeting?
The next meeting, I believe, is July 14th, always on the second Wednesday.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. Love to see you there. Tamsin.
Hi, what about a baseball game or something at the picnic?
Y'all want that?
Tamsin, you mean on radio?
No, just a baseball game would be fun. Candidates against each other, huh?
Hey, if you want to sign up for the planning committee.
There you go. I knew it, Sarah. Woo!
I was thinking about pitch for the committees again.
Yes, actually, that's a very good point. If you would like to help us plan this event, send me an email and I will be happy to include you. It's not going to be a heavy lift. We're not going to, make everybody crazy trying to do some huge event. This is going to be really laid back. We're going to save our time and energy for the March big event, which will be our fundraiser. That will hopefully that will actually be a big deal. We're going to have it at the Taft community space. It's a really cool space. It's going to be, you know, we'll have food, and it will be more of a traditional auction-like setup, and we'll probably do some fun activities, and we've got lots of great ideas brewing for that. So don't have the date finalized yet, but we know where it's going to be, and it will be either late February or a late March. And that will be a heavier lift. So if anybody's interested in helping us with that, we would love to have you on the committee. Guys, do I have a vote? All right, Jordan.
Yeah, I was loving the conversation. I was actually happy there's still over 200 people on the meeting.
Yeah.
See how long I can keep you guys here. So it came down to, for yes for dual endorsement was 132 and no was 133. So we do not endorse a candidate in this race.
Wow. Okay, that's disappointing. Oh, the chair's not supposed to show her hand there. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, that is that. We will not endorse in the mayor's race. I think. Let me
Have a motion to adjourn.
Question first.
Okay. Yes, I've got 4 hands up. Tamsin, are you, is that just a carryover from baseball? I'm going to take that as a yes. Roxanne, do you have your hand up for a question?
Yes. So does that mean that we can come back to see who we'd endorse after the primary?
There will be no endorsement on that because, as I mentioned, the reconsideration is only for endorsed candidates. Let me just go back and read it.
Yeah, Sarah, feel free to actually.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, I was going to say, just read the bylaw. Yeah.
Yeah. In cases where a significant change occurs in the nature of a previously endorsed race, e.g. a candidate drops out of the race, a previously endorsed candidate fails to advance through the primary, a previously endorsed race may be reconsidered by the membership.
And that is the only situation that we can reconsider, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
It does everything that is a subset of that rule is based on the assumption that there was an endorsement made.
All right, Norman, do you have a question?
I just had a motion to adjourn.
Carla, before we adjourn, I just have a very quick question, and that is, what was the date of that picnic again?
September 18th.
Thank you.
And
the committee, Rachel, don't you know the date?
I just don't have it off the top of my head.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair.
Debatable. So yes, Chris.
Oh, I don't know if everyone can see this, but the little picture I have of the baby Stellar Jay in the backyard, just something we can all take a deep breath and relax. The little cute little bird in the backyard of my habitat. So that's all.
I need relaxation, Chris. Thank you.
So
all right.
Carla, I have a question. I raised my hand. So if we did not endorse for mayor,
it's over.
It's over. Done.
Yeah. So it looks like we don't support either of them.
That is correct.
Correct.
We're not endorsing either or any candidate in the mayor's race.
Madam Chair.
That's what you guys.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Might I suggest that the e-board take this up, because I'm not sure that that's the intention of that particular bylaw and that particular rule, is to preclude any other endorsement after the primary. when there's another election coming up in the fall.
Okay.
I think something to
That's
consider.
That's fine, but the vote is a vote. After the primary, we can
Okay.
decide again whether or
Alright.
not we want to do that. But this is not the time to relitigate this whole issue.
I just point of order, Madam Chair. Every time I entered this meeting, there was something that said meeting recording in progress. Is that going to be made available?
Yes.
Okay, how is that going to be emailed out, or is it
You would not
be
want
posted
to
on
email
YouTube.
you a recording because it would be very large.
a link
You would
to a
never get
recording?
to.
Sorry.
We have a YouTube channel, and it will be posted on the YouTube channel by the weekend.
He probably kept.
Thank you. Awesome meeting.
Cool. Sorry
You guys
to not realize there are two Mike Heavies.
Yeah, that we know of.
I need I need to do my Seattle history a little bit.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's all good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, guys, we're adjourned. I'm tired. I know you guys are tired. Let's do this again next month. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And
Thank you,
have a good evening.
Carla. This is a ridiculously huge ask of you, and thank you so much for doing it. Thank you.
Is that Linda Braddock?
Thanks, Carla.
That's Linda Braddock.
Thank you, Carla.
You did a great
Thank
job.
you to everyone
everyone.
tonight who
Carla,
stuck
you're
in there to the bitter end.
Thank you,
Oh
Carla.
my God. I just kept hanging on. I want to see the end of the movie. So thank you.
Thank you.
There's no post-credit scene.
Yeah, I should have had like credits rolling for all the people who worked on it. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night.